Hello! Welcome to Dwarven Forge Live. This is the Chronicles of the Forge. It's a series of one-shot adventures that we have set in the world of Dwarven Forge. Tonight we are going to join 5 intrepid heroes for the next 4 hours and see what sort of hijinks they get up to in the ever-shifting world of Dwarven Forge. I am Nate. I will be your Dungeon Master. We have 5, how many? I can't count. I'm not a mathematician, I am but a storyteller. I have 5 intrepid heroes here. You know what it is? I can't, the camera's here and the monitor's here. I can't see how many, I should know we've got 5. I don't know. Anyway, we're excited that you are coming here to hang out with us and watch. Thank you for everybody who's tuning in for the first time. Thank you for all of our longtime viewers. We appreciate your support. Thank you, Grayson, Hawk, and Natalia, for watching out there. We're gonna play some D&D. We have a bunch of terrain. We're gonna be showcasing a few hints of some Wildlands terrain, some of our new upcoming terrain for our Kickstarter with the date forthcoming, but it's impending. It's coming. And these adventures are they're a prequel to the. Chris is here, our Twitch tech. He's going to be my right hand, my silent. You can't talk, can you? Oh, I guess you have a mic. So and so these are going to be prequel events leading up to the events of the Wildlands, which we are very much looking forward to unleashing on the world. Do we have any bits of homework? Oh, and so on Wednesday night we have our regular show on the Anvil, which is every Wednesday at 7 p.m. Eastern. We're going to do deconstruction. So the builds that we have here tonight, I'll break them down on the Wednesday show, talk about the sets we use, sort of take some of the stuff apart. I'll show you the behind the curtain on the builds, because people are always asking, what sets are you using? What's I don't know, where did this come from? How did this, whatever. So we're going to kind of break it down. You can ask questions. We can take it apart. And then we'll talk about what we were trying to accomplish when we were making it and how it actually went off the rails in the session. Maybe we won't go off the rails. We'll see how it all pans out. Other bits of homework before we dive in. On the Discord, there is an official or semi-official or slightly official Dwarven Forge drinking game that's going on, so you can how do they get the info for that? I guess you blast it into the chat or whatever.
Exclamation point drink.
Exclamation point drink. You can learn how to join the Dwarven Forge.
I already had a few drinks for that.
Oh man. I think that's it. Are there any other homework? Any other back news? We'll have full news and events. Tune in Wednesday nights for On the Anvil, and we have on things. But we have a lot of ground to cover tonight, so we're gonna dive right in. So, it has been 1 month since what has been known as the event, which happened last session, where a group of intrepid adventurers, the Sudden Storm, a mercenary company, was sent on a mission to try and protect the town from these invading monsters, and inadvertently destroyed, hopefully it was inadvertently, destroyed an ancient obelisk of great power and unleashed 4 entities onto the lands. And it's been it's been 1 month since that time, and it's been a very chaotic time. The Sudden Storm was whisked away to the Council of Wilderforge, which then immediately consulted the Pentacle, which is the circle of the 5 arcane casters: wizards, sorcerers, warlocks, bards, and artificers. It is a guild of mages. They called the Pentacle for consultation. They called the Order of the Forge. It was the sort of the founders of Wilderforge. There's been a battery of tests and questions, and they've been sort of grilling you guys intensely for the last month, and they've disclosed some information, but you believe there might be a little more information yet to be gleaned. But from what you've heard, that there are in millennia ago, at least several generations of elves at least ago, there were some the divine forces, we don't know, some celestials and infernals were trying to shape the land, control the land, and they came to a truce, and they made these artifacts, these obelisks, these places of power that are known as primal pylons, and they anchor the essence of reality. So they keep shape and form, and they sort of solidified reality so the gods would stop messing about with it. However, as it turns out, the magic of these pylons eventually fades if it's not tended to. And it seems that the pylon you discovered was perhaps untended, or perhaps it was under assault, or for whatever reason the magic has crumbled. That pylon was anchoring the forces that hold the lands together. So now the lands are ever shifting, almost as if it were a modular world. So the lands have become unmoored. But the Pentacle is worried that if other of these pylons should become, if they aren't maintained, if they fall, if they're destroyed, then it'll unleash the other forces of reality, will become chaotic, and eventually reality will collapse upon itself. So it's pretty high stakes end times sort of things going on. So one of the reasons they know a lot about this is there is a pylon here in Wilderforge, at the heart of the All Forge, the great forge that was created by the dwarves. It was 1,000 years ago at the founding of Wilderforge. It was built around this pylon, which they believe anchors the essence of creation, its stability. It's probably one of the most important pylons of all. And so this is it's tended to by the Order of the Forge, who's led by Master Brahm, a very grizzled old dwarf, very serious fellow, seen it all. And the Ever Ember monks keep the All Forge burning 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, however many days are in a year in this world. And they're constantly, so the smiths can be constantly creating in the forge and energizing it. And there's other pylons out there which are hopefully tended by other groups, or perhaps some are untended. I don't know. They're trying to do as much research as they can. It seems like much of the lore of these pylons it's guarded closely. Perhaps not everybody knows about all of them, so you couldn't kill off one person and destroy all the information that's disseminated about and the like. But you do know that these pylons are each located on nexuses where the ley lines of power of magic that crisscross the land are located. They also have said, so all of the heroes from the Sudden Storm that went through, they found these membranes of ichor, that soul ichor, this weird magical substance that you pass through, and it changed it teleported you from one place to another. There's like rifts in reality. There's some sort of residual effect on you. So in this case, it's Hex and Chug. Both of you have some sort of residual effect, which they have yet to fully identify. They'll neither confirm nor deny if it's malevolent or beneficial, but there's some essence is in you, or has changed you, or is upon you. There's something on you. In addition, there's some newcomers to the group. We have Thim, Flinrick, and Tetsumar. And each of you have been identified by the Pentacle as having a very potent reservoir of arcane energy inside you. As if you're tapping into it. Each of you is arcane casters, so you're tapping into it in one way or another. But they said there's great, as of yet unharnessed potential within you that they're seeking to cultivate. So you've spent the last month sort of training together as a group, as they say, because of these gifts, you are uniquely suited to keep the pylons going. So they've had you training together. They taught Flinrick, they saw that you were natural at fire, and they taught you your first fireball spell, which was super exciting, maybe a little too exciting. You got a crazy glimmer in your eye. Thim, they've let you loose in their libraries. You were a hermit out in the hills. You hadn't really been able to see so many books and scrolls and tomes and so they've let you loose in the libraries to sort of fill your brain with as much lore. It's sort of spilling out your ears. You can't maybe even get it all straight, so there's so much coming in. Tetsumar, they've given you use of their workshop and have been guiding you in the creation of an apparatus, a device. They have you created an arcane device where you've linked together specifically 42 delayed blast fireballs into a device around a central power core that's essentially a massive explosive that you could detonate, which they said that it's going to come in use ever so shortly. And Chug, they've been studying your compliant pole. You have this magic weapon, but more importantly, yeah.
It's incredibly heavy. I'm not sure they're able to lift it.
Oh, they are not able to lift it, but they've been studying it. They're fascinated by the nature of it. They were shocked and you almost ripped someone's arms off when they tried to lift it, or it almost, right? It weighs 4 tons or something to somebody that's not a monk.
If they're not a monk, they're not able to really lift it effectively in any way.
Yeah. Well, they're more interested also in you, and they've been trying to train you to focus your they say that your ideal battle leader, if you could get all of your if your memory core could stay completely aligned at all times. They're trying to give you some exercises so that you can stay on target. So every now and then, after that hammer to the head, you can veer about. Hex, they're teaching you a lot about the civilized world. They say, you've spent so much time out in the wilds, and in the company of people that aren't so friendly. They're trying to sort of teach you the comforts of society and how to sort of interface. That you would be an ideal ambassador between sort of nature and society if you could learn a little of these ways. So you were called together by Commander Krazat. She is a powerful dragonborn that works for the Pentacle, and she summons you into her chambers and says that there is a mission afoot. You've been training enough, and now there's a serious mission afoot. So the Druids of Holt-Circle, it's an enclave in the Dreadhollow Forest, are in need of assistance. These guys, the Holt-Circle is a bastion of goodness in the often dark and treacherous Dreadhollow Forest. They're watching over the woods and they keep it safe. It's similar to how the Order of the Forge has been keeping the pylon of the Allforge safe. These druids have been cultivating a pylon in the heart of the Dreadhollow Forest. However, their annual ritual for recharging this pylon is being threatened. The goblins from the northern woods have been relentlessly besieging Holt-Circle. Normally, goblins shouldn't be much of a menace, but remarkably, the goblins are appearing in horde-sized multitudes. Every night, a new wave of them descends upon the druidic enclave with a fury, and no matter how many of them are slain, they return the next night in even greater numbers. So, your mission, that you don't even have a choice in accepting, you got to go in and do this, is they want to send you on a commando mission into the Goblin Warrens to discover the source. How are they spawning so rapidly? Where are all these goblins coming from? And destroy it. So they want Tetsumar. You have this apparatus. They want you to detonate this apparatus in the heart of this Goblin Warren, and find out what's in there and level it. And then you need to go to Holt-Circle and supervise the druids. Keep an eye on the druids to make sure that their ritual for recharging this pylon can go off without any problems. They're going to, when you're ready, they're going to teleport you into a hidden grove in the Dreadhollow Forest, where you'll meet an emissary from Holt-Circle, and she can give you a further debriefing. For this mission, you each will have assignments. So, Hex, you are the druidic ambassador. You're in charge of diplomacy with Holt-Circle. It's an enclave of druids. They're very xenophobic. They don't trust outsiders, so you're on point for communicating with them. Chug, you are going to be the commanding officer for this infiltration. This will be a test of what they've been teaching you on how to stay on focused on target. They seem like they said that they have great faith that everything will stay on target for this strike force. Thim, you are the chronicler. You are to record and maintain detailed records of everything that transpires and report it back to the Pentacle. Particularly any magical phenomena, lore, or the like. Flinrick, you're the heavy artillery. You will use illusory subterfuge to aid in your thing, but if things go awry, use unrestrained lethal force. They want you to burn goblins. You bring the fire. Don't hold back. And Tetsumar, you're in charge of arcane demolitions. You need to safely transport and detonate the apparatus at wherever the source of these goblins are. And if things go awry, you have the skill set to adapt to the situation and keep the group alive long enough to do so. Why don't we actually take this moment for each of you introduce yourselves now that you have your missions before you go get killed in the forest. And who's we go? Tetsumar, tell us about yourself. What do you look like and what's your deal?
Greetings. My name is Tetsumar. I'm a Goblin artificer and I'm a battlesmith. I'm a little bit short. Let's see, it's around 5 feet, and I'm wearing full samurai armor not full. I modified and changed up my arm as I was exploring and finding new treasures around the world. I have a steel defender that's it's a rhinoceros beetle.
Does it have a name?
His name is Kabutomar.
Katamar?
Kabutomar.
Kabutomar. All right.
And
who's next? All right. And Hex, can you tell us about yourself?
Hi, my name's Hex, and I'm pretty new to just about everything around here. I've been out in the swamps for quite some time, in a lot of isolation. I had the pleasure of meeting a nice mechanoid. His name's Peapod, and he's about the only social interaction I've had for the last 10 years, so it's been interesting meeting everybody, and I'm a druid also, so that'll be real helpful for this journey. That and I love poison. I am just trying to find everything I can about poison, so that's my #1 priority.
Thank you, Hex. Who's next? Flinrick.
Hello, my name is Flinrick. You could call me Flynn. You could call me Rick. You could call me Wick. Some people do. I'm 4'4", and I've had lots of apple pie. I grew up on an apple orchard, and then I left with a wizard, and I don't know where he is, but I have made acquaintance with a squirrel. Very cool squirrel. His name's Wirt. Go ahead and say hello, Wirt.
Hello, Wirt.
Well, okay. He's a little shy right now. That's okay. But I like fire.
And Chug, tell us about yourself. What do you look like? What did you do?
Chug is currently having technical difficulties.
Chug seems to be MIA.
Hear or see Flinrick or Tetsumar.
Oh no.
Which
I'll
is
have to
very
grab some more
unfortunate. So
flask,
Chug might
it
jump off
seems.
and try to refresh this. But I am a Warforged Drunken Master monk. You may remember me from when I punched that guy the last time. And I don't know if these guys were so smart putting me in charge of this mission. But we'll see how it goes.
Excellent. And Thim.
Hello, I'm Thimblewit Hammertoe. You can call me Thim, dwarf sorcerer at your service. Lone survivor of my tiny town after it was destroyed by shadowy demons when I was but a dwarfling. Thankfully, they were gracious enough to leave behind some shadows and whispers to keep me company. They do say the darndest, darkest things, but I just shake it off with the golden rule. Treat others the way you ought to be treated, and be kind and nice. And, they don't seem to agree with me yet, but we'll get there someday. And they seem to have given me some strange powers that I hope will be useful in our quests.
Woo! All right. Does anybody have any questions before you're thrown into sudden danger?
I can't hear or see Chug.
Uh-oh.
So if it exists, I am not there.
Danger has already struck. Does anybody have any questions before anybody else here killed off? We already had one casualty. All right. Well,
That's only one.
Commander Krazat escorts you to. There's a massive teleportation circle in the inner sanctum of the Pentacle headquarters, and she wishes you best of luck. Remember, your mission is to get the apparatus, find the source of the goblin, where these multitudes are coming from, destroy it, or at very least destroy the whole warren by detonating the apparatus, and then rendezvous with the druids and make sure that their ritual to recharge the pylon goes off well. With that, she bids you good luck, and the teleportation circle flares to life. You leap inside. Who goes first? Probably Chug. Chug is already gone. The Chug's already in there.
I think I cannonballed in there as soon as it opened, but having technical difficulties still, so just assume I jumped in there and let's go, everybody.
You definitely did. All right, everybody follows Chug on in, and you find yourself in a beautiful forest. Hex, you were immediately calm and at ease. This is like, you can feel the harmony of nature and life surrounds you. It's a beautiful mossy floor and huge flourishing trees. And as you're kind of getting your bearings, you realize that you're kind of in this a little grove, and there's delicate little purple mushrooms in a relatively large circle around. You realize that it's clearly they're deliberate. It's not just an accident that there's a perfect circle of these delicate mushrooms that you've appeared in the middle of. So it seems like this is a hidden teleportation circle out in the forest, probably maintained by the druids of Holt-Circle. And as you're looking around to get your bearings, there's sort of a ripple right around, and an elf kind of steps out of the forest. Like she was there the whole time. You just didn't somehow notice her. She sort of comes out of like, it was just camouflaged and not even 20 feet away from you. And she's got beautiful, her skin is like mahogany colored, and she has short cropped black hair, and she has, everything is delicate. It's like buckskin and tortoise shells, and there's been a lot of time spent in sort of crafting whatever she's wearing. It seems like she probably harvested it from the animals and then worked it into this elaborate armor. And she kind of looks at all of you sort of ill at ease until she sees Hex. And she strides over to Hex and kind of sniffs you. And then she addresses you, Hex, in Druidic, so the rest of you have no idea what she's saying. She says, "Greetings, sister of the circle. I am Ramla. You are here to aid us."
I give her a sniff back, and I said, "We sure are. We're here to offer any help that we can."
Excellent. This is a very, very crucial time for us. In the morrow at dawn is Wodetain. It's our high holy day, which we will begin the great ceremony to empower the great tree. However, Holt-Circle has been under siege relentlessly for the last fortnight. Goblins appear every night in multitudes beyond imagining. You cannot fathom the number of goblins, and they stay to the north woods and away from our enclave, but they've been throwing themselves at it. We have stout brambles that we have built as defenses, but they are slowly penetrating through. Each night they're hacking through, and no matter how many we kill, dozens, hundreds, perhaps even thousands, they keep coming. It is crucial that in the morrow we are all needed to conduct this ritual, and there will be no one to defend the city. So it is crucial that you eliminate this threat for us. It is very unusual for us to seek aid from outsiders, and there are some in Holt-Circle that would not welcome you. So this gesture that you will be performing will go a long way in smoothing out relations with many of the factions within Holt-Circle. Yes.
Now, are there
Sister?
any customs we should be aware of to kind of smooth things over a little better and get along with me and my teammates and you guys?
This is an excellent question. Well, the first custom would be proving your intentions by eliminating this goblinoid threat. I have blazed a trail in the old tongue. You will see, only you will be able to see it. I have left a trail for you that will lead you to the warren. It is north of here. When you have completed, how many? There's 5 of you. So she picks up 5 acorns from the forest floor and pulls out a crystal and binds the acorns to the crystal and hands it to you. So this stone is bound to one of my circles. If you will it to be, you and 4 people touching you will instantly transport from wherever you are to my circle. Use this to escape when you've completed your mission, and I will blaze a trail there for you, once again in the old tongue, that you can follow to find me. At that point, once you've proven your intentions, we can speak more of the customs of Holt-Circle.
I appreciate it. Thank you. I'll let my fellow teammates know.
Excellent. And I will tell you this. The goblins, this warren is relatively new, but they have made short work decimating the lands around the area. It'll be easy to find once you get close. You just look for the destruction wrought by these foul beings. They sleep there during the day, so they gather their strength to assault us at night. So it is early morn now. You should have plenty of time to get there and strike before they wake for the evening. In addition, I do not believe a direct assault would be advisable. The numbers, I've never seen goblins in such numbers. So we have crafted these to aid you with infiltrating their lair. And she pulls out of she has a bag that's like woven out of leaves, and she pulls out some garments, of very supple garments that are all like a beautiful deep green color. It's a cloak and a pair of boots for each of you, and she hands them to you. She said, take perhaps as long as it would take the sun to travel one hand across the sky with these, wearing them upon you with the fresh sunlight upon you, and they will become one with you, and then you will walk like the woods.
Why, thank you. This is very kind.
Well, we will expect that you will return with them successful before the morrow.
Will do. I pass out the costumes to everybody to wear, and I let them know what the deal is.
Very well. Time is short. Whenever you are ready, I have blazed a trail to the north, and she points, and you see in Druidic, marked ever so gently on a tree with some natural vines, there's a little Druidic, an arrow in Druidic. So you believe you could follow these blazes to wherever this goblin warren is.
All right, well, gang, we gotta follow this trail and get those goblins. So
Let us be off.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. So do you want to take the time to? So she sort of melts back into the tree. She goes back to the tree. She puts up her hood and just sort of vanishes into the foliage and disappears into the woods. Do you want to take the time to attune to these items the way she suggests them?
Yes, definitely. I passed out the uniforms to everybody.
So it's their boots and cloaks of elven kind that when you wear them, they give you advantage on your stealth checks. So the boots help you walk silently, and the cloak helps you travel unseen takes an action to put the hood up or take it down to travel unseen.
Take no hesitation to put it on. Magic.
All right, so you could feel you spend an hour in the sun with these elven investments on, and you feel they're sort of you bond, you become one with their magic, and you travel. It's amazing. You sort of step on the ground and you make no sound as you tread upon the forest floor.
Cozy too.
It's remarkable how well they fit. Seeing as you guys have a pretty wild array of sizes, they were able to do it without any of your measurements. It seems like the garments sort of adjusted to you as you wore them.
Good. 2 minutes in, and we're already getting more magic artifacts.
All right, so Chug, you guys got boots and cloaks of elven kind.
I was actually listening on Twitch. I
awesome.
Still can't see or hear Tetsumar, so I don't know.
Well, you'll have
Tried
to have
everything.
an interpreter. Yeah, Wirt the squirrel will be your interpreter.
Yes.
All right, so what do you guys want to do?
Well, we're all attuned to the proper uniform. It's probably best that we get on our way.
Here.
Huzzah! Onward!
All right, so you follow the trail. Hex is able to spot this trail is blazed and is hidden little druidic messages along the way, arrows hidden in druidic along the way, and it winds north through the forest. And after you travel for about an hour's time or so, you notice that there's less sound of wildlife, and pretty soon you get to see, you're seeing felled trees everywhere, and kind of stagnant ground, and areas that have been burned, and it's definitely evidence that something is just ravaging the land around here. And before too long, you sort of crest a hill, and down below in kind of a low part of the hollow, you see a sight that looks a little something like this. What? Oh, I don't have it. Oh, yeah. Is there audio on it too? No.
No, we don't see or hear the audio.
Wait, do you see the thing?
No, we don't.
Oh, good. So there's. Well, we're working out. This is our first cutscene here. Oh wait, no, we don't see this yet. We don't. I tell you what, we need to do it in the mind. But we can leave the video, but just not the. Not the video. All right. So there's. We're gonna work out the cutscene video. There's a little video I built the build out and shot it with my iPhone at home so you can see what you're getting into. But you're all as blind as Chug right now. So there's a small.
You can see everyone with Tetsumar.
Oh. There's a small.
You should answer his Slack call.
Oh, you can get him on Slack video. That's a good idea.
Yeah, it's awesome. I'm watching it on Twitch.
So there's a sort of a small hill. You can see this sort of just everything. All the trees are cut down and devastated in the area. And in the hill is clearly the Goblin Warrens. There's 3 little caves carved, just torn out of the hill. There's the first one on the right is it's got a red light coming out of it for some mysterious reason. Maybe to make it easier to figure out which entrances are which for the players. Mostly just look good in camera. That's the red one. Then there's across to the left. There is across sort of a wet, boggy area. There is an entrance that is has a blue light coming out of it, And then above both of those, sort of up to the middle on the left on the hill, is a greenish entrance. You, from your vantage point, you see no immediate movement of goblinoids or any hostiles. And you notice, it looks like from here you can see there's a well-trodden path coming out of the entrance with the red entrance. It looks like multitudes of goblins have either entered or both. The blue entrance that's across the sort of the boggy area has something blocking it. It looks like a crude portcullis made out of wood lashed together. And then the green entrance has something, some sort of white vapor or smoke or fog or some sort of mist is coming out of the sort of pouring out of the green entrance. What would you like to do?
Should I detect magic? Would that help at all?
Sounds better than just picking my favorite color.
What's your favorite color?
I'm partial to green myself, but wet misty green I'm not so sure about.
Okay, well, I'll go ahead and spend a spell slot and detect some magic.
What's the range on detect magic? You guys are like, I'm gonna say you're 300 feet away.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can't, I don't think I could reach that then. It's south and 30 feet.
Well, why don't we go on up to it and get a little bit closer?
Yes.
We could. I could send my squirrel over closer too.
Well, that works if that little scramp wants to run up there.
Okay. I'll have Wirt go over.
Where?
And I don't. It has to be on stealth, so I don't think he can detect magic, but he could maybe scope it out.
Which entrance do you want him to scope, or do you want him to sort of do the rounds and go to all three?
Oh, he could do the rounds.
Okay.
I can think to there.
All right. So Wirt's coming out.
All right. So Wirt scampers up and sort of scampers through. He kind of disappears under the leaves, and then you see him pop out again and climb across a bush and leap from the bush onto a tree and down a tree and sort of scurries away. It's like watching a little miniature ninja work his way over, and it's kind of like watching a miniature chug with 4 legs and a bushy tail. Or I guess are they legs? Yeah, I guess they're legs.
There is something.
So he gets to the sort of the red entrance, scurries across, sort of makes his way across the bog, managing to not fall in and get too wet. I imagine, is Wirt fastidious?
Wirt? I don't have a character sheet for him, but let's say yes.
Yeah, he's probably doesn't like to get gross. So he sort of works out over to the blue area and kind of looks over. And there's like, he sort of climbs up into something and then comes back out. You hear like, or you know, his cheeks are all full when he comes back out, and then he sort of zips up the hill to the green area, and he gets kind of close to that, and then he kind of recoils and he scampers back to you. And so his little report in Squirrel is that red entrance, he smells lots of stinkies. The blue entrance, there was some delicious treats in a barrel, but he smelled some scary big cousins, and then he said the green entrance just burned his eyes and his nose. He didn't like the fog.
Oh, burned your eyes and nose. We should go to the green entrance. Oh, Wirt said that. Okay, so the red entrance seems bad, blue entrance seems deliciously dangerous, and the green entrance, it seems fiery fun.
Green.
Green? Hey, Tetsumar, can you turn on your arcane Slack so that Chug can communicate with you via that platform as well, so she can hear you?
Or answer your phone. One or the other.
Or answer your phone, says the voice of.
I don't know what I'm talking about, though. I don't know what a phone is. Some sort of futuristic telegraph, perhaps.
Are you there, Tetsumura? Toby?
What? Oh. I didn't hear you say my name. So
answer your Slack or your phone so that Nina can hear you.
Ye old pigeon.
Oh, okay.
I sent a raven, but it's gonna be a while.
The raven.
So maybe one of these is a better call.
Okay.
Well, there's so many delicious things to eat between here and there. The raven is getting sidetracked. So you guys are gonna head up to the green entrance.
Yes.
And how would you like to proceed?
Let us activate our hoods.
Here, here.
Sounds good to me.
Yes.
All right, so hoods up, and you sort of silently creep your way up. There's no sign of goblins anywhere, which is good. Well, I mean, there's signs of goblins everywhere, but you don't see any physically. You get to the green entrance, and from about 20 feet away, it looks like it's just a hole bored in the earth, crudely bored in the earth, and there's this white mist or smoke kind of just billowing out of there. And when you get close to it, you smell it kind of like burns your eyes and your nose. It's like it's definitely it seems like it might be toxic.
Oh no, this is the wrong kind of fire, Wirt.
Huh. I don't think it's so bad for a dwarf if it's poisonous.
Toxins and poisons are two different things. If it's toxic, it means that if you eat it, you're fine, and it has poison. Well, poison is something you eat. Toxic is something entered in your stream. You're
It's
a
not
horrible
comfortable, I know that.
for a wizard.
I'm immune to both. I'll charge on in there. I don't care.
All right, so Chug, you march in and disappear.
I
into the fog.
charged.
Okay. What does anybody else want to do?
I think I don't have my tough skin on. I'm gonna stay back a little bit.
Okay. Anybody else want to do anything, or do you want to wait to see what happens with Chug?
Typically, I'd love to go rush in with Chug, but I'm gonna wait it out for a second and see what happens.
All right. So Chug, you march through, and this you don't even other than obscuring your vision, it's just white smoke. It's just kind of annoying. You don't feel as a warforged, you do not need to breathe, and this is like you're completely unaffected by if it have any other effects. Completely unaffected. However, it does obscure your vision. It's very hard. There's no light in there, and this is just sort of filling. It's like it's like a foggy soup. So it's like you're just walking down a foggy tunnel. Do you have dark vision?
I believe I do. Yes.
Okay, so you're able to see for a while, but then you go about 200 feet or so, and it obscures. It basically becomes pitch dark because there's no light from the it's obscuring the light from the tunnel outside from the entrance of the tunnel. So it's just pitch dark and fog.
Okay, so I'm gonna bump up the brightness on one of my glowing eyes. Is it still pitch dark?
Yeah, you're having a hard time penetrating. You can see maybe 5 feet ahead of you.
All right, I'm gonna go back
enough
and
that you wouldn't be able to. You wouldn't bump into the
I
walls.
could not see anything.
Okay. All right. So what do you guys want to do? Chug reemerges.
All right, it's highly poisonous for you meat beings, probably, but couldn't see anything.
Should we do
even
the
with my light?
What would you guys like to do?
What was that, Flinrick?
Should we do the blueberry cave?
Sure.
There's either the blueberry or the red one, and the red one does not seem like good news.
Hey,
Red's a good color.
Red's my favorite color.
We should do that one.
I don't know.
Hey,
Okay.
Tetsumar, give me an Arcana check.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I've been disoriented before trying to figure out the cost. Arcana check. So let me just 1 second. Sorry, it's not responding. Well,
Want me to do one? I got a physical.
I think I got it if you want.
Yeah,
Should
what
I
do you
do
got?
it?
Yeah.
Did it show? The lag on this is...
No. No, son. Well, I can see you can't glean anything. All right, you guys want to head to the blue? The blue?
I mean, I'm gonna go ahead and take the word of the robot, and I'd go to the red one.
The red?
Robot? What is that?
I mean the Chugatron 500 BC.
I accept this nickname. Let's go.
So you're going to the red?
Yes.
Hi.
All right.
Yes.
So you, all right. Do you want to? So you, the entrance. It looks like the cave goes. Well, who's looking in?
Who has dark vision?
I'll take a peek in. I've got dark vision.
Yeah, go for it, Hex.
All right. It looks like it goes in about 30 feet and then sort of opens into a small chamber, and you hear just sort of the lights sound kind of grumbling. It's snoring. It sounds like snoring.
Oh, sounds like somebody's taking a nap in here. We should be real quiet if we want to proceed.
Don't we have the capes of sneaking?
Oh yeah, and the boots too. So we don't even need to be that quiet. Let's go stomp around. They can't hear us.
Let's throw a rave.
Sounds good to me.
All right. So you're going in.
Yes.
Who's going first?
So we're trying to move quietly here.
Yes.
I can move pretty quietly.
All right.
If you all have my back here, I'll sneak in first.
I'll give her advantage.
All right, so you have advantage on your stealth thanks to your boots and cloak. So you give me a stealth check. And give me what is
Can y'all see the dice rolling?
14?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
9.
So the 14, that would give me 20.
Woo! And give me a perception check.
Perception. That's not as good, but that's a 10.
All right, so you creep into the cave very, very quietly, and you see right in front of your step. You get to where you can see there. It looks like there's two figures on either side of the doorway, kind of slumped over, sleeping, and you notice that there is curiously, there's a string tied around the toe of one of them.
Okay. I'm gonna look to see where the string is connecting to.
All right, it looks like it kind of goes around a root and then across the passage. Just a couple feet in front of you, it goes across the passage. It looks like it's a really crude tripwire that
I'm gonna go
walk
ahead
through
and
it-
snip that.
Okay. Snippo.
Do you need me to roll anything for
No,
it, or
no. If you can't snip a string, you're in the wrong place.
All right. I'm gonna sneak back and relay the information to the others.
Okay, 2 sleeping goblins and a snipped tripwire.
All right, guys. How do we want to handle this? Do we want to go in guns blazing, or
Hmm.
The stealth way. Flinrick,
No,
I know you probably want to throw fire in there, but
I can resist.
he's a living creature just like the rest of us. I think we should just let him snooze.
all right, let's see if we can get by without waking them up.
All right,
I'm
so
sure they're awful grumpy after being woken.
so everybody else, give me a stealth check with advantage, except for Tetsumara. Yours is flat, right? Because you're wearing scale mail.
Yeah.
If I carry Tetsumar in my arms, can he have my stealth?
Yeah.
Like,
Fair.
or he could piggyback. I'm not sure what makes the most sense.
Yeah.
Up to him.
Look at that, 15, 16, and 12 are the highs.
So mine's an 11.
Mine was a 6.
Straight 16.
Wait,
Oh.
you got 2 rolls.
Right, 6 with advantage, so it would be 10. Hold on. Oh, it's 8. Sorry.
Wait, how did you? I have seen a blue 15. Is that you?
It was 2 d20s, so it was 2 6s.
Oh, it adds
Don't
them together.
forget
I see it. Yeah, I'm lagging. I'm not actually seeing the dice. I'm just seeing the totals. And I
Same.
was like, oh, I'm like, that is very confusing. All right, so you guys, you tiptoe past the guards relatively quietly, except for Flinrick, who's slightly whistling until somebody's gonna smack her. Who would smack her? Him.
It's a him.
Him.
Did it?
I smacked. I mean, he smacked me. Who? Anybody telling him he's whistling? No.
I kind of give him a little, or mess with their hair a little bit, and I say, "Hey, buddy, you gotta calm down. We don't want to wake him up." And I massage their scalp a little bit.
Ooh, that feels good. All right, so you proceed down, and there's there's a passageway to the left and a passageway to the right, and then it also continues on straight ahead.
All right.
And it's wet. It's just sort of dirt. It looks like it's scraped out of the dirt with a combination of like hands and sticks and just crudely just carved into the raw dirt. And there's just
Both
roots
tunnels?
hanging down and what?
Both tunnels are that way?
Oh, the whole thing, yeah. Everything is just sort of crudely carved out. And it's also kind of low. You realize that it's sort of the opening is kind of big, and then it narrows down pretty quickly past that sort of the chamber with the guards, and it gets down to about 4 feet high. It's just right for.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Oh, no.
Flinrick is quite at home, as is Thim. The rest of you would feel a little stooped.
I think I'm going to have to go into quadruped mode to get through this tunnel.
Now that's the fanciest thing I ever seen.
So, left, right. I suppose we should scout a little bit. Is anyone else stealthy? Hex?
I'm not too stealthy, but I've got dark vision, so I can take a look around these corners and see what's
All
going
right,
on.
so you want to check out the left one, and I'll go to the right?
Can do.
All right, so Hex, the left room opens into a very big chamber, and the walls are just the walls are covered. Wait, what are you guys doing for light? There's no light in here. There's a little bit is trickling in from the entrance. So anybody that has dark vision is sort of okay, but the rest, who doesn't have dark vision? Anybody?
I do not.
Are you the only one that does not?
It appears so.
All right, so you and Tetsumar,
So
it's gonna get
let's see.
dark if
Do
you get
you-
further in. But hey,
can-
So I will stand by Flinrick and Tetsumar and touch the tip of my quarterstaff and cast light.
You can also use magic tinkering and make object glow.
I can make fire.
Oh boy.
Please don't make
So-
fire. Not right now.
So Hex and Chug, you guys have no problem seeing. So the left chamber, Hex opens up, and the walls are covered. It's probably 6 or 7 deep. There's rows and rows of swords and axes and spears, like leaned up against the wall, like a massive arsenal of weapons. It sort of goes all the way around the room, and then there's just a pile in the middle of the floor of arrows and bows. It's just like an unbelievable arsenal of weapons. It's enough weapons to equip an army. And they all seem like they're of the same make. Instead of sort of an eclectic collection, it looks like they're all, sort of all the swords are the same make, all the spears are the same make, all the bows, arrows seem to be the same make.
Anything in there that's slightly magical?
Well, you're not in there with her.
Oh.
But you can almost smell. A stockpile of metal. It's getting you. Your little red nose is going nuts. And in the right chamber, Chug, it's a similar setup, and it's a variety of armor. Mostly leather. There's a few metal cuirasses and tons of bucklers, a couple of shields. But it's like an armory full of a collection of helmets. Mostly helmets and sort of cheap, small, little leather breastplates and the like. All of the same make.
Right.
I come back. I let him know there's a lot of long and pointies in there, and not a big fan of that room. If we could dispose of all of those weapons in there, I think we'd be at a bit of an advantage.
Weapon?
How
What'd
do
you
you
find,
suggest we I found a bunch of clothing for you soft ones to make you into harder ones. Perhaps something useful for any of you. Hex, how do you suppose we dispose of the weapons?
I'm not too sure on that one. If we could just take them and push them somewhere else. I don't know, find a good hiding spot, or I don't got the biggest
Rick,
for that one.
how hot does your fire get? Can you melt these swords?
Well, I don't
Can
have
you
a.
destroy all these weapons?
I could try to melt it down. I'm not really given a temperature point, and I know that the melting point of metal is obnoxiously high, but I can try my hand at it.
It could be a blast.
Although
Hey.
you do think if you set off a fireball in that room, it might attract some attention. It doesn't take a wizard to
Is
figure that out.
Flinrick thinking this?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, because this is why they should not have chosen Chug to lead this mission.
Wait, on second thought, comrades, I think that this may cause negative attention.
Tetsumar, do you want to go look at the poke around the weapons? See if
Yes,
there's any.
of course.
I know you've been dying for it. So,
Yes.
at a sort of cursory inspection, so did you guys cast light? Is that Thim? Did you cast light
Yes.
on what? On the tip of your staff?
Tip of my staff.
Okay. So I guess you go in with Tetsumar and look at this sort of this cache of weapons, this huge stockpile of weapons. It looks like everything looks pretty much the same, Tetsumar. Like there isn't like one that stands out like covered with runes or the like or anything. But you do notice immediately these weapons are of hobgoblin make. You spent years in Okameji Hold before you defected.
Yeah.
You in fact, you would bet money that these weapons were smithed in Okameji Hold, the hobgoblin fortress in the Arantor Mountains.
Maybe I even forged something that was weapons that there's that one.
Yeah, you definitely recognize the techniques. And these are definitely made in Okameji Hold.
Interesting.
And there's a lot of weapons. There's probably enough, easily enough weapons to outfit, I don't know, you're going to guess at least 1,000 goblins, maybe more. It's a massive stockpile.
Can I check Arcana and see if there's any magical effects on any of these things?
It would take you a very long time to inspect 1,000 or 2,000 weapons.
I imagine so.
You know, given your
Perhaps
druthers,
not.
you would like to. You'd be happy to camp out here and inspect each
Right.
one. But at the coming dawn, there's a druidic ritual that needs to go off.
Another time then.
Perhaps we close the entrance so nobody can get in after we leave.
Well, I could assemble a web in front of the chambers. They have to hack and slash away at it for a time. I'm not sure it's completely indestructible, but it would certainly be a nuisance.
Now, when I was in there, did I see any other entrance aside from the?
No,
main one?
just there's that one. There's the chamber that continues on ahead of you, or the passage that continues on ahead, the main passage.
We should note, though, that this does allude to several more goblins of the hob variety.
The hob variety.
They are many in number.
At least more than 20.
But perhaps Tetsumar may be able to speak with his brethren and convince them to be good.
That's fair.
I could try, but it didn't sound likely when I expected. They seem to have their mindset.
So what would you guys like to do?
Well, I think that Thim had a great idea of clogging up that hole, at least for the time being. That at least
It is
buys
certainly better than leaving it.
Definitely.
Well, have we investigated this centralmost path between the two?
No, you have not.
The large chamber
No,
Yes.
area?
the path continues on. The tunnel
There's two-
continues on straight. Yeah.
There's two caches. I suppose I could spend time making many webs, but it may be a moment.
While you take that time, does somebody feel brave enough to go venture a little bit deeper into this third untouched pathway?
I'll go.
I'll go with Chug also.
All right.
Okay, then I'm going to web the two chambers.
All right. So as Thim casts webs, the sticky strands of webbing spray out and sort of weave across. It's sort of perfectly. Really, they're small enough. The entrances are small enough that you can make a really thick amount of webbing there, because they're only it's about 3 or 4 feet across. So you can really make thick plugs of webbing on each of them. Meanwhile, Chug and Hex, you creep forward. It goes another 30 feet or so and opens into a very large chamber that there's just lumps all over the floor, and you realize it's all sleeping goblins. Just massive mounds of sleeping goblins sort of strewn on top of each other. They're kind of rolling around, snoring, and it stinks in there. It is.
I do not have a sense of smell.
Yeah,
I
it
will
smells like
take
nothing.
Hex's word for it.
It smells like nothing to you. And actually, Hex, it doesn't smell so bad to you. It smells like an animal pen or something. It's not so
Smells
bad.
like home.
Yeah.
We are fine with this smell.
So there is on the far end of the chamber, there are 2 more passages, one on the right and one on the left. And then sort of immediately to the left in the chamber, there's another small entrance. And you can almost smell from here stench coming out of that left, the little passage to the left.
Well, I definitely want to go where it's stinkier. Get some good ingredients from over there for my poisons.
Well, we gotta think of a way through these sleeping goblins, or around them, or I think I could probably sneak through, but I'd probably be the only one that would make it without waking everybody.
The only good thing is the chamber this one's a little higher. It's probably just about 6 feet high, so you could stand just about.
So there's a ton of goblins in here, but like how many? 10?
Oh no,
20?
like 100.
Like 100? Oh, jeez. Okay, yeah, Hex, we gotta go back.
And you see there were two chambers. There's two passages that continued on that are sloping downwards on the far side of the room. The one on the right and one on the left. And then there's a little small passage on the left that stinks like an offal pit. What do you guys want to do?
All right. Head back. Let's head back. We should come up with a plan with everybody. I have been told. All right, so when we get back, tell them about the absolutely crazy amount of goblins sleeping in that room. What are your thoughts, everyone?
How do you wear these capes?
We could try it.
We could, and if we fail, it's just 5 versus 100.
Whoever is really bad at it, you can. I'll piggyback you.
I'll hop on board.
Well, Tetsumar is the worst at stealth.
Oh dear. Well.
Well, I'll carry you and you carry him. It'll be great. All right. So there were no rooms leading off either the armory or the.
Correct.
But
those are dead ends.
Should we block up the armory as well with those webs?
Yeah, Thim blocked up both entrances.
Okay, I was thinking it was just one. Gotcha. Now, if this all goes awry, Tetsumar, what's your standing with these goblins? You think you could, I don't know, maybe have our backs and talk to them if they were to all wake up at once from their slumber and be very angry and aggressive?
Perhaps you can tell them about how great your life is now.
I could also cast invisibility if we want to do that.
Somebody, perhaps somebody who is not very stealthy might want to take that choice.
I'm not the stealthiest. I might be invisible myself.
All right, so what are you guys gonna do? Flinrick, are you gonna cast invisibility?
I will.
On whom? On yourself?
On myself. If anybody else is unsafe, it's one more spell slot that I'd have to cast. So I'd have to.
All right. And how are the rest of you? Are you going to take any other precautions? Or are you going?
We have to. So the cloaks will offer us a bit of help.
Yeah. Tetsumar is flat. He has disadvantage, so it evens out to advantage. The rest of you guys all have advantage in your stealth.
So I'll carry Tetsumar.
Wait. Even that's
Since
advantage, or
no, your advantage and disadvantage cancel each other out. So
okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
I'll carry him since he has only
I can cast enhance ability and give myself cat's grace and give dexterity, advantage of dexterity.
That might be a good idea.
Okay. You want to do that?
Do you want to do that?
Yeah.
All right. Anybody else going to do anything for the great journey through the goblin?
If you are giving yourself that, are you still with Chug or not?
No, you can hop on.
Okay. I think I will hop on board the Chug.
Okay.
All right, I'm still in quadruped mode here.
Right,
My favorite.
So Thim is riding you in quadruped mode. Tetsumar, you cast your cat's grace. So Tetsumar, give me another stealth check. The rest of you keep yours, and we'll start this odyssey across a labyrinth of sleeping goblins.
Oh.
His isn't popping up. It's so weird. Everybody else's dice. It must be something glitched on. Your dice aren't popping up for
I'm
us.
not going to use that dice on the thing. Last time I did it, or last time everyone did it, it showed up 5 minutes later for me. So.
Oh, weird.
Yeah. So, did I get it? Wait, did I get advantage on mine with the cat's grace?
No, but you have. Oh wait, yeah. No, because advantage is advantage, but it bumps your dex up. I'll give you advantage. What the heck? It's
19.
supposed to cancel each other. 19. All right. So you guys, you creep across the. It's a ton of sleep. I mean, it may be even more than 100. It's hard to say. They're all piled on top of each other and they're rolling around. They're kind of punching each other in their sleep. There's weird.
We're checking for more tripwires too. More strings tied to toes.
Okay, give me an investigation check.
I don't know what it rolled. Can anyone tell
I
me?
see a 3. Yeah.
3.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks.
Does it have to be an investigation check?
Yeah, there's some.
Yeah, so that's a 3.
Well, you discover some like weird mucus on the ground, but no tripwires. When you guys get about halfway across the room, who's in front?
I think I was probably in front.
All right, so you see the passageway to the right. From the far end of it, there's a weird flickering coming ever so faintly down from that the one on the far right.
A weird flickering, just
Yes, it looks like.
Can't tell anything else about.
Well, it looks like it might be torchlight, but there's something erratic about it.
Okay, I think we should investigate that. That seems like a thing. I start going in that direction.
And the rest of you guys finally see you're tiptoeing through this like extended goblin cuddle puddle, running around. Sort of rats skitter across the floor. There's just masses of them all sleeping all over the place. It's snoring. It's a weird cacophonous sound. And you manage to sort of weave your way through this chamber. You go squeeze down into a small tunnel. Thim, you're gonna have to dismount again off of Chug. To get down. It's another about 3 foot high tunnel. You guys kind of work your way through that. You come into another chamber that sort of, there's an exit that goes out of it that slopes downwards again. And you see in the corner here, there's a couple of figures sleeping, and they're all in these like weird bright orange and like just ugly purple. And it's hard to say ugly purple, but it's like an ugly purple if you can imagine such a thing. Ugly purple and orange, like weird funny robes, and like they have staffs with like funny jester hats on them, and they're sort of all sleeping in a pile here. But it looks like there's some sort of, it's like a special room for them alone. But then continuing on, the passage continues on and slopes down, and there's some light you can see from that lower tunnel, as well as there's some strange sounds. Tetsumar, your ears kind of perk up. It sounds, you've spent a lot of time as an artificer messing with strange contraptions, and like it sounds like it's a combination, some sort of arcane mechanism is at work.
I start to walk over to that direction.
All right, so it's down the passage ahead. It goes down, and it has a sort of a sharp turn, like 180 degrees turn, and steeply down. Do you want to continue down?
Yes.
All right, so is the rest of you guys following?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll follow.
All right, so Tetsumar, you kind of go down. You're navigating some tricky rocks and the like, and it opens into a very large chamber that has the ceiling is, this one's got to be 15, 20 feet high. There's a lot of rocks and a few cave formations. It looked like maybe this was once a cave and it kind of got buried in, or you're not entirely sure, but there's definitely some rocks that are part of the composition. Maybe it was the excavation that kind of dug out an area that was once a cave or something like. But you're not so interested in that. You immediately go to, there's a large contraption in the middle of the room that is definitely some sort of arcane contraption. Like your eyes perk up. This is like the sort of thing that you could spend, a year just learning more about this thing. It's fascinating, and it is. There's like bubbling tubes and the like, and it has a huge sort of nozzle on the front that is aimed at the back wall of this chamber. There is a weird black kind of ripple in reality there. Chug and Hex, you recognize this as one of the tears, in the soul-liker membrane, like these weird rifts that you traveled through before. But this one isn't as open as that. It's kind of like just a sliver. And this thing, there's sort of energy crackling out of that, and kind of liquid, like soul liquor is kind of streaming out of it into this device, and then it's going into a series of tubes and the like, and into a cauldron, and then out on these other pipes. And all about the ground, there's these big clutches of looks like weird orange sort of bulbous eggs that are kind of pulsating. It's sort of spraying on this pulsating, and there's this putrid smell. It smells a little bit like the smoke that was coming out of the green thing. So it's like, and speaking of which, there's the back end of this machine is venting. It looks like it's venting a whole bunch of smoke out. There's a hole in the far wall that it's sort of venting a bunch of smoke out through there. And there's two figures that armored. They've got nice armor on, reddish skin, pointed ears, black hair pulled back. Tetsumar, you immediately recognize them as hobgoblins. They are sort of tending to this machine. They're sort of turning knobs and levers and the like. Let's see what this looks like.
Yeah, as I see hobgoblins who are interested in artifacts, I'm very curious. I want to go talk to them.
You're just gonna go talk to him?
Yes. I can only think of artifacts right now.
So you're just going for it. You're not consulting anybody. You're just walking. Because as soon as you start walking away, I'm gonna grab your arm.
I really want those stinky eggs too, so you're gonna have to hold me back from collecting those.
All right, I've grabbed both of your arms, and I say, "Calm down, everybody. We gotta be chill.
The voice of reason.
We gotta be chill.
Okay.
All right, we gotta be chill.
I do want those eggs.
Apologize.
You can get them. You can get them. I promise. Later."
All right, so this is this here is the rift in reality, and this is the machine that's siphoning all that stuff out, and then these are bunches of weird sort of pulsing orangish eggs, and this is where the smoke is venting out this exit over here. All right, so you're telling everybody to be chill. What is anybody else going to do?
Is there a way I could use history to figure out what's going on?
Give me a history check, sure.
Okay.
Anybody else going to do anything?
Can I chrono check from a distance?
Okay.
Just see what the
Yep.
all that.
Okay, so I got a 16 total. I'm gonna grab real dice real quick.
Yeah. So it seems like you've definitely heard of these sort of devices that have been created to harness. If there's an area where the ley line magic energy is very strong, there's certain devices have been created to kind of harness that energy and use it to sort of fuel some sort, any sort of magical ritual and the like.
Hobgoblin-ery.
And Tetsumar, were you doing an Arcana?
Yes. I got an 11.
All right, so you think it definitely, you notice, you're not sure what this thing is up to, other than it's drawing soul liquor out of this thing, but you do notice that both of these hobgoblins, they are wearing armor that is issue of Okameji Hold. And it looks like one of them, it's hard to tell, but it looks like the insignia, it might be similar to when you were working in their your brief stint in their sort of, whatever is arcane development lab, whatever their evil experimental lab is. You might be wearing one of those insignia. So you guys, anything else you guys want to do?
Is Tetsumar gonna tell us all this?
Can I ask if I can go talk to them? But
Better
by
you than
yourself,
me.
Or... Do you wanna
or
you want
just
some
people-
muscle? Some
think it's a bad idea. I already tried and didn't go well. So.
hey, maybe I have a plan. Maybe I'll go with you and you'll be like, hey, I built this thing and I want to rejoin you guys, and maybe we can like get the drop on them or something.
So you guys are talking. One of the hobgoblins kind of like cocks his head and
We were whispering.
whirls around. It whirls around in your direction.
All right, it's now or never, Tetsumar. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
All right, so
I walk out just behind him, even more like stiff and mechanical than usual.
trying to look like an unintelligent automaton.
Yeah.
Well, there's Chug there, and also my the steel defender. So
Yeah.
So,
Kabudamar?
Yeah, or Kaboot for short.
Kaboot. All right. So what do you do? What do you say?
So you're like, wow, this is. Let's see. Basically, I want to say, like that I'm impressed with this. Like I'm from there. I would, and I didn't know that Okameiji really had this scale of magical artifacts. Like I was only doing simple weapon stuff there, and I would like to look at I've got this kaboot here, and look at this jug over here. I built both of these. I can provide skill.
So they both give you this weird puzzled look and kind of look you up and down and see you're wearing a cloak of elven make, and you're with this weird robot. They kind of don't know what's going on. They demand, what? Where's your documentation? Show us your papers. How did you get in here?
It's like back. Like
There is no need for alarm. My master is very important. You must listen to him. He is very important.
Oh, they're yelling at you in Goblin, by the way, Tetsumar.
I can tell that they're alarmed.
Oh yeah. Oh no, everybody can tell they're alarmed. One of them is sort of clutching his spear, and the other one's kind of inches closer to the machine. The one with the spear says, "Let me see your papers."
I do not have papers. As I said, I left Okameiji a while ago, but I did not think that.
Alert! Intruders! Intruders!
Hold on.
The
All right.
give me
That doesn't sound good.
give me an initiative check.
So as soon as he starts, oh man.
Roll
All right.
initiative.
You know what? It's too late.
What do you want to do?
No, it's too late. It's too late.
What do we Chug, where are you at?
Waiting for my dice to stop. I think I got a 15.
Tetsumara, where are you?
$18.
Hex?
I'm waiting on the dice, but
Okay.
I'll probably just roll.
Thim?
13.
Flinrick?
19.
Woo!
Oh, it came up. 14 for me. Oh wait, sorry, not 14. 17 for me.
Wow. Okay. Flinrick, what do you want to do?
Are they within 60 feet?
Oh, you can't even see. You actually have no idea what the heck is going on. You were all the way up in this.
So, you know what? I'll just wait. I'll wait.
Okay. Tetsumar, what do you want to do? And up next is Hex, and then Chug. So this is you're orange, and this is Kaboot, and here is Hex. And then back here, I mean, this is Chug, and here's Hex, and here is Thim, and blue is Flinrick. So, Tetsamar, what's it gonna be?
I'll get back behind everybody to try to like. And then I guess I didn't imbue the.
Your crossbow's imbued. Yeah.
What? Okay, it is.
Oh yeah.
I mean, for now I'll go back and apply. Wait until like something happens, just for my action.
All right. Do you want to move back behind this out of cover?
Yeah.
Okay.
Behind everyone else.
All right, Hex, you're up next. All you hear is a sort of yelling coming from down the tunnel. You can't see exactly what's happening yet.
Okay.
And it's in a strange language, but it definitely sounds angry and alarmed.
Okay, so I'm gonna move. Can I move behind? What is that then?
Before to get here, it's kind of difficult to get your way down. You could get behind Chug, or you could get one more 5 squares. We get you right here.
Yeah, if I could get behind Chug, that
Yeah.
would be good.
And this
then,
this whole chamber is kind of open up to the height of this thing, and then these walls are solid. These are sort of smaller areas in the sense, and these are
Okay.
2 hobgoblins who are facing.
with the guy who's yelling right now,
Yeah, it's this guy.
I'm going to. Am I close enough to touch him at the moment?
No, you're here, and he's over
Okay,
there.
okay, sorry. All right. I'm just gonna go with poison spray for right now.
Okay.
So you extend your hand towards a creature, and you have a Constitution saving throw or take 1d12 poison damage.
What's your DC? Oh, he failed it. He got a 3. Give me some damage. And up next, Chug, you're on deck.
If it didn't roll,
I'll do a real physical die if you want.
oh, okay. Yeah, that works. That's probably easier.
Ooh, it's a D12.
Yes.
Wow. Okay, you blast him. So green liquid sprays out of Hex's hands, and it spirals across the room, drops, and it blasts him in his face. You see his red flesh starts to melt away. He screams in anguish as he takes 9 points of poison damage, and you see his whole body sort of racked with convulsions.
Oh. I say sorry, my man.
Chug, you are up.
All right, so I'm gonna do my 2 normal attacks, and I'm gonna flurry of blows. I want to specify that I'm aiming for his throat to try to shut him up.
All right, so
The
it's
moment that
1, 2,
I'm able to.
3, 4. Ooh. A 19, a 13.
So I just hit the button to roll 4 dice, and I don't know what I
Yeah,
got.
you got a 19, a 13, a 5, and a 2.
So the 19. Oh god, math now. So that's a 28, I think.
That's a hit.
Wait. No, no.
It's a hit. It doesn't matter. What's the
so
13?
The 19. What was the next one? The 13?
13.
All right, that's gonna be over 20 also.
Okay. So both of those are hits, and the other 2 are going to be misses.
What were the other 2 numbers?
A 3 and a 5.
Yeah, so that's would be an 11 and a 13.
Yeah, they're misses.
All right, so
These guys are
2
heavily
hits.
heavily armored, right? They have plate armor, shields. They're not a soft target.
okay.
So are you
Let's see if these dice will roll for me.
Yeah, so give me the first you want me to do physical dice?
Well, I hit the button. Are they rolling?
No. Oh. A 4 and a 6 on a D8.
So that's +5 to both of those. So a
Okay.
9 and an 11.
All right, so you fast. So Chug, still in quadruped mode, glides across the room. You can't even, like, just fast as the wind, and then as you're running, you transform back into humanoid mode and throat chop the first hobgoblin so hard you snap his spine, his whole neck. You basically just snap his whole neck, and his head goes limp with the impact, and he drops dead, gurgling is the final words of it.
Goodness.
And I'll let you, if you want to stand on
Yeah, I want to redirect to the other one.
So you have to stand on the eggs to get him.
Yeah. I don't think I.
And
yeah,
you
you know
have
what?
plus,
Whatever.
you have
I'll do it.
+5. You have +5 to damage, right?
Yeah.
All right. So the other one whirls and starts to scream, and just in time to catch another. You throat chop this guy. This one punched right through his throat, his voice box. Punch out to the backside of his throat, and
With the pole.
grab his spine, pull it back, and his neck snaps, and he drops into a lifeless heap. Give me a sleight of hand check. As he's falling.
So it's +3 to whatever it was.
4. All right, as he's falling, he's clutching onto a lever, and his lifeless body pulls down a lever on the machine. You grab his hand, but it's too late. The lever is already engaged, and you see the machine starts kind of this apparatus starts to like whir, and lights start to glow brighter in it. What do you guys want to do? You can.
Are we out of initiative?
Yes.
Should we push the lever back up, maybe?
Yeah, the rest of you guys are stunned at how, like, at the speed at which Chug just closed the distance and just absolutely decimated these two.
It was like a Michael Bay movie. Everyone loved it.
You
But let's put the lever back up, or try to.
I want to go to the machine. And
So are you gonna pull the lever, or are you gonna, or Tetsumar, are you stopping her? What are you doing?
I was gonna but I guess I should pull the lever, like stop it first.
So she's going to, or they are pulling. They are pulling the lever.
Are there goblins?
Wait,
No,
back up.
they the Chug. Yeah.
So the goblin pulled it down, right?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
I just want to put it back how it was.
Yeah.
All right. So you shift the lever back up. But there's it looks like there were about 9 different settings that it could be on, and each one is sort of labeled in different in goblin tongue, a bunch of different. So you shift it up to one of the random settings, and you see some sort of lights and glows or sort of electric things are sort of going on it, and you notice that the there's sort of tubes going across from all these piles of eggs. And the eggs are starting to sort of pulse.
Tetsumar, quickly.
Yeah. Can I see what
your assistance
Can
is
I go
required?
and read what the lever says?
Yeah. So you can run over there. It looks like there's a whole variety of settings that don't entirely make sense. It looks like it's, if you weren't mistaken, it's like labeling like the maturity level of goblins. So it's like, it's from like spawn to whelp to skullball player to pointy stick master to, there's like a variety of age ranges, and it looks like the bottommost one is like skullball legend.
Yeah, the guys. I think this is a goblin maker. This is not where I came from.
How do you know?
Born machine.
But you
I
don't
wish
know.
I was, but
Many
I
of
mean,
us were born of machines. Now is not the time to panic.
So it looks like this thing is sort of whirring away, and it's pulsing. It's siphoning soul ichor out of this rift, and it's sort of going things. And
they're
the
off mode.
eggs around you are all starting to pulse.
Can I cast Mage Armor?
Absolutely.
Awesome.
You hear behind you. Did you guys enter the room?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll get a little bit closer. I wouldn't say entering the room, but like
All right.
just. Yeah.
So Flinrick, you wave your hands around and runes, like an invisible coat of runes, go through around you. You hear sort of a commotion behind you, up the way you came. It sounds like a couple of voices, sort of whispers, and some clanks, and there's stuff coming from behind the way you guys came.
Go check that out. And Wirt does, as he's told.
All right, so Wirt scampers up the ramp. Is anybody else going to do anything?
I want to go to the machine and cast Identify on it.
Okay. Anybody else going to do anything?
I'll cast Mage Armor as well.
Okay. Defense is up. Hex, are you going to do anything?
I'll get closer to the lever, but I really think we should put it back to how it was, so it stops making these eggs pulsate. Doesn't seem like a good thing for any of us.
All right, so Wirt goes around the corner. It sort of disappears out of sight and is doing his scouting. Tetsumar, it seems like from what you can glean, it's some sort of, it's siphoning life force. It seems like from this sort of rift in reality. You think it's drawing energy directly from the ley lines that might be connected to, if the pylon nearby that Holt-Circle is tending controls the energy of creatures and the existence of creatures. It seems like it's siphoning that energy of creatures and then is spreading it out into these egg batches. And it seems like, if you're not mistaken, it's some sort of goblin generator, a rapid prototyper for goblins.
Wow.
Who knows?
Okay. So,
Can I go over to the nearest pile of eggs and just start
Can I
jump
try to
stomping
fix
on
them?
them?
Lever back?
You can mess with the machine. Absolutely. Try and give me an Arcana check. Chug, you start smashing eggs.
Yeah.
Okay, so you punch into one of these eggs, and you hit something that feels like a hard. It's, you've punched a lot of skulls. You just punch a skull, and
Keep punching.
so you punch skull, crack. You have to next egg, start punching. Poop. There's you're just slowly punching through skulls. There's probably 20 or so eggs in this clutch. So you're just gonna sort of start.
Anyone have any thoughts on what I'm doing here? Did anyone try to stop me or?
We're killing babies here. You got to stop that right
Well, actually,
now.
the skull. It seems like, strangely enough, it seems like a full-grown goblin-sized skull.
Oh, not babies. Okay, let's just smash away then.
And
That
if you're
changes the whole
not mistaken, it's almost like these things extend way down into the ground, and you're just seeing the top here is like a kind of a dome over the head. It seems like it's
So
almost
they're like Cabbage Patch Kids.
yeah, like if you
Like a
planted
vegetable.
two goblins like carrots, and these are sort of these weird domes that are their heads, and so you've smashed three. You smashed through three.
Hex, you are my moral compass. If you say keep smashing, I will keep smashing.
I like the ice
they're
knife
not-
style.
They're not babies, so I've got no problems with killing evil adults. So, just smash away. I think it's gonna help us in the end. So, I come over too, and I give him a little stomp as well with my feet. See how far I get.
All right, so Chugga, your arms in like full piston pile driving mode. So you start pumping. Wirt comes scampering back to you, Flinrick, and is chattering very nervously and says, many stinkies coming. Many.
What's he saying, Flinrick?
Bad news, guys. We can kill these eggs all day, but we got bigger babies coming our way.
Well, I've got another sticky web up my sleeve, and I web this passenger.
Oh, do you have the silicone, our web insert? It's in my workshop on the table where I was building the burrows. There's one in the little thing. All right, so you cast web. I'm assuming Flinrick, you're gonna come inside.
Yeah, I want to smash an egg pile with an ice knife cantrip.
Okay, so which egg pile? Here.
I mean fireball. Sorry, I will do the one closest to the lever.
So these guys are the two closest to the machine. All right.
Okay.
Tetsumar, did you give me an Arcana check?
I got a 12, but I might use a saving face here.
Okay.
To increase. How many people are in range of 30 feet from me?
Everybody in your party.
Okay, then I +4 to that, so it's 16.
Okay. So Tetsumar is frantically kind of fiddling with the buttons and the knobs, and then he's like kind of flipping through. If there's like scratchings on the side, he's kind of rapidly sort of manning this thing. He's never seen it before, but it's amazing how he's sort of commanding it with as if he had built the thing himself. So as he's doing that, there is like a weird sort of sickening kind of shrieking sound, and one of the eggs over here bursts, and you see just a full-grown goblin sort of head explodes out, and it claws itself out, and its sort of eyes look around, and it sees you guys. It starts kind of figure out get its bearings, but it's looking at you with a combination of hunger and hatred. Meanwhile, Thim, you can hear just beyond your web. You start to hear the sounds, a lot of angry kind of chatter stuff coming from beyond your web. Also, give me a perception check.
That's a 2.
All right. Well, that's all you hear. So that one goblin pops up, and then Tessumar, thank you, manages to put the machine into an idle state. It seems like you power it down. There's a couple. It seems like there's a couple of the eggs are kind of still vibrating, but the most of the egg patches have now sort of stopped. Tetsumar sort of wipes his brow and manages to settle down. Who's got a passive perception that's over 15?
Not I.
Nobody? All right.
Hold on. No.
Nobody? Okay. So, what do you guys want to do? There's definitely the sounds of, you can hear lots of yells. Actually, Tetsumar, you can hear, you hear the yells. There's definitely, Thim, you see some movement on the other side of the web. And it looks like there's kind of a shadowy figure kind of peeking around, can vaguely see you through the web, and he starts screaming back up the hallway, and you hear Tetsumar. It sounds like it's saying either like playthings or meal or something in Goblin about like new entertainment. And you start to hear lots and lots of more yells and screams and clangs of weapons and the like.
Sounds so good.
What do you guys want to do?
So, how many ways out of here are there?
There's 1, 2, 3, 4 tunnels out of here. Or into here.
I think that we're in a bad spot here. And We should try to get out of it.
We should probably go down the tunnel that smells the least stinkiest. Though
But-
I do enjoy a good stink. I think.
All right, someone other than me and Hex, pick the least stinky tunnel.
Can I cast a minor illusion of intruders for the people coming into the tunnel with the web?
Sure.
Okay.
What would you like to make your illusion?
I don't know, like a strapping young lad with fiery strawberry blonde hair.
And a little
quick-
a squirrel on his shoulder.
Possibly. That doesn't sound too bad.
Yeah, that sounds delightful. I'd like to meet him.
Oh,
So right here on the other side of the web.
yes.
Okay. Whew. Anybody else? What would you like to do?
Now,
Tetsumar? Go ahead.
I want
I
to try. Sorry.
sorry. I was just gonna say I do have one recommendation. I think we should destroy that machine.
I was going to say that too.
I was just about to say
Agree.
I want to
Great minds.
take that apart.
Tetsumar, can you
Gather
disable
elements
this?
that I.
All right. So if you want to use the fireball apparatus, it takes an action to set it, and then it has to charge up. You're not entirely sure. Sort of in the experiments, it was the charge time was it was anywhere from about 10 seconds to a minute to charge up, and then once it's charged, you can hit the detonate cycle and set the detonate to any time from 1 second to 10 minutes.
Okay. But if I blow it up, then I might destroy any vital parts of the machine.
We're all going to die, Tetsumar.
But the machine makes my life. Okay, fine.
It is spawning evil.
They're my brother. I know.
If we help out these druids, there's gonna be way more technology for you.
Take a piece for the
Okay.
road. Let's,
Yes, I will
break
go
off a
over
piece,
there.
let's go.
And I'll try to place a bomb in place that. Yeah, whatever. I'm not going to try to save parts of the machine. I think so.
All right, so the goblin that hatched kind of scrambles forward. It grabs a rock, and it tries to smash Kaboot. It clangs off Kaboot, sort of deflects it with its one of its arms, and kind of looks at it quizzically.
Nice. Good job.
Anybody
someone
want?
take care of that
So-
thing.
While
Move along,
I
little
go up
buddy.
the machine, can I have Kaboot try to attack him back, or?
Sure. All right, so you sort of snap to Kaboot to take the thing out while you're setting the apparatus.
Yeah.
Are we in initiative?
Yeah, we can go back into initiative. So Tetsumar's up, then Hex. Give a roll for Kaboot.
Sorry, just looking at the page first. I don't know what the modifiers are, but I rolled a 3, so
Okay, so the goblin grabs its bites onto the thing, and it's just like trying to smash your device. Hex, what would you like to do?
I'll do poison spray again.
Okay,
Do you mind rolling for me?
not
again?
at all. He has to make a DC 12 con save.
Con save 14.
14 DC 14 con save. All right, so you spray your greenish poison right over the back of a Kabuto as the goblin is opening its mouth to bite down again. It gets a mouthful of this poison, and it grabs its throat, gurgling, and drops to the ground, dead. At this time, Flinrick, you catch what looks like some movement down in this hallway
Oh boy.
here. It looks like there's at least one shadowy figure The only light source, well, there's these torches over here, and Thim has his light spell, but other than that, it's pretty dark. So these hallways get very dark very quickly.
Sounds like I'm gonna shoot them with my firebolt.
All right, you give him a firebolt.
Yeah. So it's 2d10. I'm gonna try Vorpal.
What's your make attack roll?
Oh, right. Okay. It has not shown up for me yet.
15.
Okay. That is 20.
All right. So there's a blast of fire. It goes into the darkness. You hear a little gurgling scream. Where's that who didn't? Oh, I messed this order up. Well, we'll go back to the top there. So Flinrick was then Tetsumar, you're up. So you've set the apparatus is set, and you'll get a little. The crystal will flare red 3 times when it's charged up, and you see the energy is charging up.
Cool.
What would you like to do?
Are there any goblins left?
Not that you can see from where you are.
Okay. So I'll try to regroup. Because the detonator's remote, right? Yeah. So.
Well, you have to touch it when it's charged up. You have to touch it and activate the detonation sequence.
Then I'll stay there, and then I'll.
Okay.
Now I'll.
Hex, what would you like to do?
Oh, wait.
What? Oh, you have more?
Sorry. Yeah, I can make a circle item with artificial infusion for goggles of the night, so I
Ooh.
can at least use crossbow if I need to.
So you infuse your goggles?
Yeah.
All right, so Tetsumar pops out his tools and torques his thing, and his goggles start to glow just a pale blue. Wom, 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 as he's piercing into the night. And actually, as you do that, give me a perception check.
Perception. Hold on. Where's my die? Oh, there it is. Perception. It's 15.
All right, you notice it looks like there is a goblin sneaking around the corner right over here. Hex, you are up, and Chug, you're on deck. What would you like to do?
Can I perceive if I see the goblin that's sneaking up around the corner?
Titsumar could have yelled a little warning.
Okay,
Yeah, I let them know.
great. I will mix it up a little and do thunderclap on the guy that's around the corner.
5-foot range.
Yes.
So you need to.
I have to move closer.
So okay, so as you get around the corner here, you can see down the corridor, and you see that he's the first in a long string. This whole corridor is packed with goblins.
Okay. All right, I yell out to. I'm gonna yell out to everybody. We've got a lot of company coming around the corner. I can't see the end of them. We might have to just get right out of here. Maybe help break the machine a little faster, or just hold them off until then. But we've got a lot of company.
What are you gonna do?
They have some friends over here as well.
Okay. Can I? I'm gonna. Okay. Can I cast darkness like down the tunnel
Absolutely.
and not have it affect us?
Yes, if you cast it far enough away from you. What's the radius on it?
15-foot radius. And spreads around the corner, so it should be.
Perfect. Do I have a 15-foot black eye? Okay. Darkness coming at you. Do you want to do? You still have 10 feet of move you could take if you want.
I am gonna move back around, just a way that makes it easier for me to escape. So I'm not gonna get pummeled over by all of them.
All right. Chug, you are up, and then Thim.
Tetsumar, how much time do you need?
Repeat that.
Does he know?
How much time do you need?
Like how
said it
soon
was-
does the thing go boom?
Can I? Do I know?
You're not quite sure. It's still charging up.
Minutes, seconds, hours?
Seconds to. What was
It's
it?
somewhere between 5 seconds and a minute.
So I'm gonna position myself at the tunnel where, the closest tunnel where things are coming out of,
Okay.
and I'm going to just smack anything that I
You
can
want-
see.
You are ready in action as soon as something comes out of the
Yeah,
darkness.
as soon as something comes out of the dark, it's getting throat punched.
Okay.
I'll use the pole arm. I mean the bow staff.
Got it. Thim, you're up.
Okay, I'm going to go to the far corner of this tunnel behind me to see these fellows down there.
Here?
And yep. And
Okay.
hurl an acid splash, which these two, the front two appear to be within 5 feet, so I'll hit both of them.
Yeah, now that you have a clear look down there, it looks like there's at least 3, and maybe there's more movement around the corner.
All right, so I choose the front two and hurl a bubble of acid, and they save dex at 14 or take damage. There's no half damage on this one.
All right, so you hurl into the hallway, this sort of glowing blob of green acid sprays. It hits the first goblin. It dissolves him right in half, and then continues through and hits the second one, and he collapses screaming to the ground. Ah! And it reveals you can see there's at least 2 more behind them.
Take that, you grubby bugger! Oh no.
All right, so goblins are gonna go. So in front of you, Chug, give me an attack roll.
Oh, the dice. You want to just roll me a real 20 over
Yeah.
there?
Your bonus is like what, +7 or something?
To attack with the staff is +8.
All right. So, so 2 things happen over by you. A goblin sort of peeks its head out of the darkness to see what's going on, and is met with immediate, swift retribution. And you crack it, splatters it to the ground, splat, and then a pair of arrows come flying out of the darkness, seemingly fired blindly, and one of them just flies wide, and the other one you manage to just sort of, push it off to the side. It's not even a deflect missile situation. It wouldn't have hit you.
Okay.
And then over here, Thim. There's arrows come flying up to the right in your peripheral vision. There's a
Oh no.
pair of arrows. All right, you get 3 arrows come flying out of the shadows. So it seems like these little guys sort of crept up to you unseen, and you take 9 points of piercing damage. Two arrows lodge themselves in your right arm, and the other one goes wide, narrowly missing Flynn. And then you also can see on your left, and Flynrick, you can see there's you see like serrated blades are starting to cut through the this web. You just sort of see spear points and jagged like sword. Beautiful hobgoblin workmanship on the swords, Tetsamar has to say. It's sort of starting to saw through the razor sharp sword, starting to saw through the webs. We're back on the top of the order. Flynrick, what would you like to do?
I'll do a firebolt down this new webbed layer.
So you want to try and fire through the web?
Yes, please.
Okay, so the webs are flammable. Correct me if I'm
Oh shoot!
if I'm wrong, right?
Good call.
There.
Good call.
It looks like there's a couple of goblins. Oh, there's 3 of them. It looks like there's a couple of goblins over, just past Thim, that are sneaking out with their bows.
Okay. I'll do another firebolt that way then instead.
Firebolt.
Yes.
All right. Give me an attack roll.
Okay, that is 21.
All right, you catch the goblin kind of snickering as it hit Thim, and you catch it with a firebolt and turn it to ash. It goes, "Ah!" But you see 2 more behind it, kind of shy back from the flames, and it just sort of lights up the world. You see shadows kind of moving around there. It seems like there's probably a lot more about to pour out of this tunnel. Tessamar, what would you like to do?
So how far is the tunnel from me right now?
Which tunnel?
Where the goblins are all coming out of.
Which tunnel the goblins all coming out of? So there's one right here. There's one right
I
here.
can't see that, so.
This one has darkness on it. To your right, about 15 feet away, it's around a corner. There's darkness there, and there's who knows how many. Behind you at about 25 feet, there's a web where there's some cutting through. And then way down here, about, I don't know, what's this, 70 feet or so, there's some down the corner with Thim. And then there's 2 more, at least, that you can see coming around the edge of this thing from this side.
They all have goblins coming out of them?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, let's see. Well, for when I want to try something, is there like a rock or a pebble near me?
Lots of rocks.
Okay, I want to pick one up, and then I want to use a... Where is it? I'm going to use magical tinkering and imbue a message on to the rock saying, "Over here, morons!" And then I want to use the catapult spell to throw it down a tunnel.
Which tunnel?
The one that's like 25 feet away from me?
Where the web is? It's gonna be hard to get through it. The one you could shoot it furthest down would be this one. Oh no, there's a stalactite in the way. You could maybe get it up this one you have a straight shot on.
Yeah. Okay, I'll try that.
All right, how far does catapult shoot it?
90 feet. If it managed to hit something, then it does 3d8. But it's more for a distraction.
You blindly fire it up the hallway, and there's like a dull, sickening thud. There seems like you were just firing until it's like shooting fish in a barrel. There's so many goblins packed in there. You might have even hit a couple of them. And you hear a weird echoing, "Out here, you morons!" down the tunnel over there. And as you do this, you see it looks like the light on on your apparatus is blinking. So you can now you can set the detonation timer on it. What would you like to set it for?
The detonation is going to be a large range, right? We can't be in there.
It's gonna vaporize everything as you know it for like, at least 500 feet, maybe more.
Yeah. What was the options for the time?
You can set it anywhere from 1 second to 10 minutes. And remember, you have Hex has that acorn crystal.
What does that one do again? Sorry.
We'll get teleported back to the druidic.
Okay. What do you think, guys? Should I just set it for?
Well, you should set it for a short amount of time.
5 minutes?
As long as it will No, seconds. So that we can all just get over to Hex and scoot.
Okay, so...
So
10
Hex
seconds,
is
so we
like
can all
right
get over to
here.
Hex.
10 seconds? All right. Hex, you're up, followed by Chug.
Okay, I tell everyone to gather around. I grab whoever's closest to me. I grab their hands and get closer to
All All right, so Thim and Flinrick are a ways away. You could touch Tetsumar and Chug, but the other two are way far away from you.
Oh wait, that was.
Can I send Wirt to go eat the acorn and then have him help me teleport? No.
Nope.
Oh no.
I thought 10 seconds will be enough time.
They'll be able to move over on their turn.
Yeah, you got 6
Oh, that's
seconds
what
in a
I
turn.
thought, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
All right, so you holding steady, Hex?
I kind of move a little bit closer, more towards the middle, but keep the others with me. If I can pull them with me, I don't know, or touch them, I don't. Anything.
I'll let you use your actually. If Chug is willing, I'll let you tug Chug. It's gonna be hard because Chug. It's like dragging a 300-pound block of steel with 4 legs sometimes.
I pull real hard and I say, please
Chug,
help me out.
Chug, do you budge?
Well, I was gonna try to help Flinrick and Them. So just give me until my turn at least, and then I will absolutely allow you to tug me.
Okay, can I ready an action for the second that everybody clings on to me, we get out of there? Okay,
Absolutely.
then I am a turn.
All right, Chug, you're up, followed by Thim.
Okay, so I want to step of the wind run over to them. If I'm able to pick up and carry both back, I would like to do that all on my turn. I definitely have enough movement, but I don't know how much they weigh.
Flinrick and Thim, would you resist getting swept off your feet by a
I'll do it
tall,
romantically.
Yeah, a tall warforged wearing a gentleman's coat and top hat.
Under the circumstances, I don't believe I would resist.
All right, so you want to expend some ki and grab?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, so Chugs drops their front legs down and they're in quadruped mode again. They go scurtling across the floor, zip over, grab Flinrick as Chug swings over. You've actually practiced this maneuver in your month of practice together. So you grab on and swing up onto Chug's shoulders. Chugs, Thim is not quite as dexterous and nimble, so you grab Thim with your front legs. You go back to bipedal mode, whirl around, just backpedaling backwards without even turning around, back over to where Hex is, and it places hands onto Hex. The device is starting to beep like crazy.
Hex, let's go!
Oh, boop.
I think that's our cue.
All right, and there's a flash, a light, and you disappear. You find yourselves out in the forest, and there is just like silence and bird song, and it's like the most tranquil, like beautiful. It's mossy. You didn't realize how bad the stench was in that Goblin Warrens until you could smell like the sweet smell of the forest. The birds are chirping, squirrels are hopping around. What's it? That squirrel's Wirt is just like happy. He sees like beautiful little lady squirrels bouncing around or whatever. And then there's like the ground like lurches, and a moment later there's this huge sound. Sound, and the whole sky lights up. There's a pillar of fire that reaches up. It might reach up, if you're not, when you retell the story, it'll definitely say when it goes a mile high in the air. Just a massive pillar of fire explodes in the front. It's probably a mile away or so. It flies up as far as you can see, and there's just like 1,000 little tiny, it's like little, almost like confetti. It looks like it's tiny bodies of vaporized goblins, like sort of flying everywhere, and like beautiful like butterflies sort of flying down over this black butterflies, this huge pillar of fire, and knocks you all to the ground, and all the animals get kind of silent. There's just a moment of silence, and the whole forest just grows silent. And then the birds start chirping again. So you see, from here, you see there is a trail that's blazed in Druidic that only Hex can notice, which will lead you to Ramla, the representative of Holt-Circle. Would you like to proceed?
Yep, let's head on back.
Awesome. And on that, we are going to go to an intermission, and we'll be back in 10 minutes to see where they go from here. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Dwarven Forge Live. This is Chronicles of the Forge. We are in part 2 of this evening's one-shot adventure as our heroes Tetsumar, Chug, Hex, Flinric, and Thim are going on a mission to save the druids of Holt-Circle so that they can perform their ritual to recharge the pylons. And so far, you guys have managed to just absolutely incinerate the Goblin Warren. Well done. Now you have followed the trail left for you by Ramla the Druid. Hex leads the way through the beautiful and tranquil Dread Hollow Forest until you, up ahead, you can see there's it's kind of like a structure in the distance, like a massive dome almost of, it looks like some sort of branches or plants or something is in like a huge dome. And before you can really get a close look, because there's so many trees between you and there, stepping out of a tree, ahead of you is Ramla the elf, and she sort of serenely walks forward, tucking back the hood of her cloak, and she has a smile on her face. And then flanking her, stepping out of the path on either side, there are 4 creatures. They're big humanoid. They look sort of like if you fashioned a crude humanoid out of a living tree, and they're armed with cudgels and shields, and there's like a hollow where their face would be, and there's a sort of glowing pinpoints of light, sort of like fireflies dancing in their face where their eyes would be. And they sort of stand there expressionless. They don't really have a face other than those 2 glowing eyes. And they sort of stand there expressionless on either side of her, 4 of them, regarding her. And she gives a light bow to you, Hex, and says, "Judging by the massive pillar of flame, it seems you were successful."
Yes. The goblins have been taken care of. I don't know if you noticed the weather recently, but their little bodies are strewn about the sky.
Excellent. It is disheartening to have such a massive loss of life, but those creatures were radically out of balance with nature and have been ravaging the forest, as I'm sure you saw. So you have done a great service for the Dread Hollow. We will dispatch a team to deal with whatever fires you may have left in the aftermath. I've never seen magic of quite this caliber. What exactly did you do?
Well, I'm not much of a tech expert, being a druid after all, but our good friend Tetsumar, he was the brains behind the mission here, blowing up all that technology. I'm sure he could tell you a little bit more than I could.
She turns to Tetsumar and gives you kind of a quizzical look. Interesting. A hobgoblin is working for the good of humanity. The wonders of nature will never cease.
Are they speaking Druidic?
Yeah,
or?
she's still speaking Druidic.
Okay, yeah. Sorry.
Why, thank you, Master Tetsumar, she says in common.
Oh. You're welcome.
Whatever, sometimes to save the tree, you have to burn off some limbs. It seems you've burned off quite a few limbs this day. So now, you have proved your intentions. I would like to invite you into Holt-Circle as our guests. We do not take in outsiders within our walls. So if you're going to walk within, you have to walk as members of Holt-Circle. If you enter our enclave, will you swear to uphold our ways and conduct yourselves in harmony with nature and the laws of our land?
Well, I wouldn't have it any other way, and I'll make sure that my friends do as well.
And the rest of you, will you be willing to abide by our laws? Refrain from violence?
I can refrain from violence. Can I do some displays?
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 It's not aggressive, but I just sometimes need to throw a firework here or there.
Does sorry.
We would
Why don't-
greatly prefer you keep your fires to the goblins.
Yeah, we should refrain from that. Why? You can blow off some steam another time.
I will behave.
Excellent, Master.
I'll behave.
Question.
Yes.
What do the laws of nature entail? Can the creation of artifacts, does that go against your laws of nature?
Nay. Hey, we have our own, we weave our own magics, some very, very strong magics. The ancient traditions have taught us some rites and rituals. We believe in harnessing the weave of magic to maintain the balance.
Then no objections.
So you will all swear an oath?
I swear.
I swear.
Yes.
And what have you, the mechanical one?
Oh, yes. I too swear. By the moon and the stars in the sky.
And by anyone who walks out of a tree.
She'll be there.
Do you see...
It's beautiful.
What do you see, Metal One, when you see the sun and the moon and the stars? What do you see?
I see the sun and the moon and the stars. What do you see?
I see the movement, the hand of nature.
Nature has hands. Nature has many hands,
It does. Indeed.
such as this one.
You'll fit right in. Please, follow me. So she escorts you closer, and you sort of come out of the woods, and there's a massive dome. It looks like brambles, huge brambles, probably as thick as a mighty oak, that have woven into a dome that towers. It's probably 500 feet in the sky, sort of covering a huge amount of land. And there's woven growing on this dome of brambles. There are flowers of all sorts, and you see birds are nesting there and squirrels. Flinrick, you know that Wirt, your squirrel, would just have it'd be like the biggest jungle gym he could imagine. Remember that? So Ramla leads you in. There's a sort of a concealed entrance. It seems like a number of little entrances here and there. You walk through, and there's you're confronted by a maze of thorn hedges that are sort of concealed thorn hedges, and you sort of walk this labyrinth. It's this twisting labyrinth of thorn hedges, and then eventually it opens out into basically it's a city. There's trees growing in here, and on the inside of this dome, there's all sorts of plants, like harvestable fruits that are growing. It seems like they grow a majority of their food on the inside of the dome. There's all sorts of fruits hanging down and the like. and there's houses that are built, there's sort of structures that are built in and around the trees and spiraling up the trees, and sunlight dapples through the holes in it. Is everywhere you look, there's just sort of a harmonious flow to everything. And Chug, it definitely, there is something about, there's almost monastic, the way there's an order here. And it's not just completely random. There's sort of a flow, a pleasing flow to how everything is laid out that sort of triggers something in your brain. You can't quite understand why it is this way, but it speaks to your soul.
Interesting.
It is interesting indeed. You also notice many more of these wood creatures sort of patrolling about, and then a variety of the sentient races, of sort of all manner of folk. There's a heavy concentration of elves, but you see just about every sentient race sort of among them, and they all seem to be garbed in well-made natural clothes made of leather and fur and the like, and they're all sort of going about their way. But you notice that many of them are wounded, and a lot of them have fresh wounds and bandages on them and the like. And as you're walking in, you can see sort of the northern wall of the dome. It looks like, from what you can see, there's sort of burned sort of sections and hacked out sections. It looks like the northern section of this has been under attack and has definitely taken some damage. And it looks like a bunch of these people, you see a lot of the wooden creatures have huge sort of gashes in them and splintered off. Some of them have splintered limbs, have been knocked off. It looks like they've been fighting just some absolutely brutal battles. Achieve. And as you walk, sort of everybody stops and looks at you. They're not sort of staring at you so much as they're staring at the rest of them, especially Tessumar. You're kind of getting a lot of attention. And the stares aren't hostile so much as sort of inquisitive, and they see Ramla escorting you and the other wood creatures with you, and they kind of look, and there's sort of whispers go about. She leads you through into past this sort of very center of this area. There's a large, beautiful circle with stones and the like around, and growing in it is a tree. Hex, you recognize it as a rowan tree, and there's this beautiful, majestic rowan tree that is sort of split into two major trunks, and they're sort of twisting around each other, almost like a double helix. It's sort of unnatural, but also natural, like sort of the most beautiful spiral you can imagine. This majestic tree sits at the center of this enclave. And you go past this tree there's a little dappled grove, past a spring, and there's a figure sitting in the grove, and Ramla gestures for you to approach the figure. What would you like to do? Turn it down.
I go up and approach the figure after giving the tree a good hug. I really got to touch that tree.
It is. It's like an electric spark when you touch it. There is a sort of a jolt goes through your whole body, and you feel both alive and well rested. And for a moment, you can sort of see 1,000 threads sort of interconnecting all the living things in the land. It flashes before your eye for a moment. Then it's gone. There's power in this rowan tree. So the figure, as you approach, the figure turns, and it is a very aged half-orc. He's got sort of dark gray skin, and both his tusks are cracked off, and he has a long, sort of scraggly beard. But he's got a serenity that you've never seen on any of orcish descent. Sort of radiates out from him. And he says, "Welcome, little sapling. Please, come sit in my grove."
I go over and then I touch his beard now this time. I just feel like it's the right thing to do.
He
A good
cocks
compliment.
his head and gives you a little smile. He says, you are a playful young sapling. It warms my heart. Please, have your compatriots join us. And he switches to common. In fact, you are our guests here. Please sit.
I beckon everybody over.
I want to hug the tree too, real quick on the way by.
All right, you all of your key points are refreshed, Chug. And for a moment, you can see, once you two see just sort of these glistening gossamer lines of energy sort of connecting all the living things, and you can see for a moment, it feels like a vision. You see a manifestation of the flow. You understand it for just a moment, and then it's gone. But you've glimpsed the mystery of the flow for just a moment, and it's here.
Well, as long as everyone's doing it, I walk up hesitantly and give it a friendly tap. Like, there.
It's just a nice tree.
It's not stone, but it's beautiful.
It's very beautiful. Alright. Do you guys do you wish to sit down?
Sure.
Alright, so this half orc turns and he says, you have done a great service for Holt-Circle. We are eternally in your gratitude. The least I could do is let you feel more welcome. We only speak the old tongue here, as is the old ways. And he gestures in the air, and little green bits of pollen sort of flow over to each of you and go into your ears. And you now have the ability to understand and speak Druidic while you are within Holt-Circle. You all become fluent in Druidic. And so he switches back to Druidic and says, we would be honored if you would join us for our high holy day. In the morrow at dawn is Woden. Will you be our guests?
Of course. That would be an honor.
Excellent. Well, you must be very tired from this great task you have done. Do you wish accommodations and rest?
Oh, of course. That would be incredible. I'm good, of course, sleeping on the ground. I love to have the earth beneath me as I sleep, but my friends might want, something a little more than some dirt.
As you wish. We'll give you the finest accommodations we can muster. And we expect you back here shortly before dawn in the morrow. You can be my guest here at Woden. It's a great day in the morrow. One of us will become Wode. There will be the chosen one will be chosen by the tree to take a pilgrimage to the spirit tree and bring it its essence for the year. We'd like you to watch and see which of us is chosen. If I was going to play a game of chance, I would put my money on Ramla. She is one of the finest among us. I'm sure she has treated you well.
Yes, she's treated us marvelously. I'm sure she will ascend.
And the vestments we made, were they helpful to you?
Oh, yes, they helped us out a lot. I mean, we would have been blown up into the sky with the rest of those goblins without that little acorn, so we surely appreciate it.
Well, consider them our gift to you for your service.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions, or do you wish to rest up before the great ceremony in the morrow?
Well, is there anything we should prepare for tomorrow to help you guys with the ceremony? Anything that we can prep tonight, or anything that we should know about?
Nay, it is our highest holy day. That is tradition that is the oldest among the old ways. We have never had outsiders present, but it would be an honor You will just be watching, not participating. So there are no preparations you need to do, other than just remain harmonious with the lands around you while you are here. But I would ask that the pilgrimage in the morrow, the chosen one who becomes Woad, they must make the pilgrimage alone. The rest of us will be here. We will be gathering our energy. We will be fasting and meditating. You are probably no stranger to this, Silver One. Meditations and fasting. I was speaking to your companion, the one of metal.
I'm Copper.
Copper. My apologies. The sunlight was glinting off of you in a strange way.
I spend many hours every day in contemplation and meditation.
Well, we will be deep in such a state, channeling our magics, our connection to the weave, into the chosen Woad, so they may then carry this to the spirit tree. But I would ask, this pilgrimage is always made alone because the rest of us are here. I would ask, since you are outsiders, you have the ability to leave. You do not have to join us in this meditation. I would ask that you escort the chosen Woad to the spirit tree and see that they are able to offer the tree its annual gift. Do you think you can do this?
We will do
can.
just that.
Excellent. Well then, please make yourselves at home and rest up. We will see you just before dawn in the morrow.
Many thanks.
You have our thanks.
Thank
You have saved our high holy day.
Forgive me for being too crass or nosy, but what is the annual gift?
It is a collection. Have you ever woven a basket?
Absolutely not.
Well, the fabric upon which is on your shoulders, that is made of many strands, individual strands of thread or yarn.
Sure, yeah. Thread, yes.
Now imagine those threads were the life essence of those of us who have dedicated ourselves to the old ways.
Oh, sounds cozy.
It is. It is like a blanket. Imagine this. Imagine they are bringing a blanket that has the essence of all of our energy, bringing a blanket to the tree.
All right, hot dog, we gotta get that tree that gift.
Yes. Who doesn't want their blankie?
Is it their birthday?
It is their day to receive gifts.
Well, happy birthday.
Yes, well, you would tell the spirit tree that yourself.
Okay.
Thank you. And he gestures, and Ramla just sort of appears again and takes you to your chambers. So
I'm
you-
gonna go into standby mode right where I'm standing right now.
Okay. All right, so Chug powers down. Does anybody else want to seek any special, anywhere special to sleep, or do you want to follow Ramla?
I'll follow Ramla.
Okay.
I'm very curious. I will follow.
I stop and stare at Chug curiously and then catch up with the others.
So she brings you up, spirals up a tree. There's branches that have sort of grown up around a tree that form natural steps, and there's a beautiful sort of balcony that wraps around this tree. And she has sleeping rolls for each of you there, or a hammock if you prefer. And it's a beautiful vista, and you can hear the babbling spring. It's a very, very relaxing place. Basically, as soon as you settle down, you almost immediately fall asleep. It's like you're so exhausted. Everything is such a tranquil location. So you
Dibs
all
on top, hammock.
what?
Dibs on top, hammock.
So you all receive a long rest. You're fully healed. All of your abilities are back. And you're aroused, or you wake. Hex sort of wakes. She knows that when the time for the ceremony's up, gets everybody up. Chug comes out of standby mode, and there's already a large circle of druids has formed around this central tree, and then behind the druids, and there's probably 200 or so druids, and then behind them a ring in double, triple, quadruple thick rows around them are all of these wooden creatures, and there's many more wooden ones than there are druids, and they're sort of circle on the outside of the circle, and that aged half-orc is at the center, and he smiles when he sees you enter, and he sort of gestures. There's a little spot. There's a couple of rocks for you guys to sit on. Very comfy rocks, to sit on just off to the side of the circle.
Much better.
You're right at home, Thim. Nothing like a good rock to sit on. So as the first rays of light come up over the, you just sort of start sneaking through the trees into through the dome. This ceremony begins. The ancient half-orc, whose name is Gwillem, chants for a little bit, and then he beseeches the tree, the spiral tree in the middle, and he says, "For countless cycles we have maintained the harmony in the wood. We have vigilantly maintained the balance of the land, the natural order, the delicate dance between life and death, the balance of all living things. We've cultivated that which is right and supposed to be. We have been the living embodiment of nature's indomitable will, keepers of the ancient rites and traditions of the old ways. We now do humbly ask that you grant us your boon. Bring forth the next woad. Show us the chosen one." As he says this, a single red leaf from the rowan tree sort of falls out, and it dances in the wind, and it kind of spirals down. It spirals over towards Ramla, and right before it alights on her, it hits another gust of wind, hits, and it spirals up, and the druids all sort of watch it go, and it spirals over towards another druid, and then the wind sort of picks it up, it spirals over, and it swirls over by your rocks, and it lands right into your hands, Hex. And it touches your hands, and it disappears. It melts into your hand. Just sort of a red light enters your hand, and all the druids sort of look at you and gasp. And there's a little bit of a kerfuffle, like they're not quite sure what to make of everything that's going on. And Ramla almost seems a little disappointed, maybe, or shaken. They don't know what's going on. Everyone seems sort of confused except for Gwillem, the ancient half-orc, and he nods, and she looks at you, and he says, "Please, come forward, sapling."
I say that this is awkward. Like, try and shake my hand, and I kind of avoid contact with Romulus and walk over.
So the druids kind of part to like let you through as you walk up to Master Gwillem, and he sort of looks at you, and he looks into you. He says, I see you have, there's a stain upon you, is there not? There is a past, a darkness. There's redemption that you seek. This is why you have been chosen. Nature is giving you a chance to sprout anew.
I look around and I see if anybody else can, if everyone's listening to what he's saying.
Oh yeah, everyone's staring at you.
Oh. Okay.
Will you?
Yeah, we'll call it that.
Will you become nature's champion? Will you take the sacred pilgrimage and walk the path of redemption?
I would be honored to right all the wrong that has been done.
So you are willing to continue the traditions of the old ways? and take up the mantle that has been offered to you by this generous earth
Yes,
until the end of your time?
I will do it.
Very well. That it is the will of the Rowan. And he holds out a bowl. He says, "You must prepare for your pilgrimage. You must drink, and you will become nature's champion. You will carry our gift to the spirit tree, charge up its essence. Are you prepared, sapling?"
I think I am. I believe in it, and as long as I have my friends here with me, I think I'll be just fine.
So he
Here,
hands.
here! Oh, pardon me.
So he
I
hands.
appreciate the enthusiasm.
He hands you the bowl, and it's full of a dark red liquid. It looks like it's made of rowan berries. There, you drink it. All right. You see Hex's body sort of softens, and she like collapses to the ground. And Master Gwillem steps forward, and he reaches into the tree, and there's like a little hollow in the tree, and pulls out a sliver of tree. It's almost like a stake of the tree, and places it over your heart, and slowly pushes it in her chest, and you see blood start to flow out of her chest, and he slowly works it around in a gentle circle, and then reaches in and pulls out. Lifts her still beating heart out of her body and holds it aloft. Hex, you are dead. The light from the sun, rising sun, reaches in and hits the heart, and all of the druids of the enclave shapeshift into various beasts, and they are wolves and bears and squirrels and mice and these mighty stags, and they all start bellowing and roaring into the heavens. And then he takes your heart and he places it into the hollow on the tree, and then blossoms from the tree fall on your dead body. They puts your arms across your chest, and they sort of seal your eyes with blossoms. And he lies there and says, "And now we meditate. In the morrow, we will siphon all of her blood and water the tree, and then the sapling will grow. Friends, join us in contemplation until the day's next dawn."
Is she gonna come back?
Yes. The sapling will become woad.
So
But will
she's...
Hex be back?
Yes, Hexwoad will rise in the morrow.
So she's alive.
Oh, nay, she has left this body behind.
But she will be alive later.
Hexwoad will rise.
In this
What?
same body.
Define hexwoad.
She is to become woad.
What
She's
is
not a
woad?
being anymore?
She
Is
is...
she gonna be a wooden tree person?
Can we make her the present tense of woad?
Aye, she will be... And those among us that have chosen to serve nature for eternity.
No, we should put her heart back in her body.
She
We
needs
should, we should put it back.
She has no more need for it. She
Soft
is...
So she'll be
beings
a-
need heart.
Can I use medicine?
She's very dead. He cut her heart out.
Yeah, I don't
So
know.
We should. What?
She'll be a stick with the same charm, you're saying?
But she's got those death saves to roll. What about?
She's dead.
Well, this is a most curious party.
Oh, my first time leading a mission, somebody dies.
My first
The-
crush.
This is the path of nature. As the old tree dies, the new tree is born.
Should we take her heart out of the tree, guys, and try to put it back in the body?
Nay.
I don't quite know how to assemble a living body.
I'd like to be woed.
You were not
Like-
chosen.
Witness woed.
You will see in the morrow.
Can I say that
When we-
now?
Nay. The tree needs time, her seed needs time to take. We will water the tree in the morrow in all
So-
of her blood, and then she will rise as woad.
So are all these tree brethren here? Are they all woed?
All of the tree creatures all nod their heads in unison. We are
no.
woad.
I think we've made a terrible error here, everyone.
Yes.
I'm still flesh.
Nature has chosen it to be so. Hex has chosen to take up the mantle of the eternal champion.
I'm not sure that Hex knew what she was signing on for, so like you didn't have terms of service for her to read, and
Cloth
that's
or
unreasonable.
blanket.
You have taken an oath, have you not, to abide by the old ways while you are within our walls?
But she.
These are the old
to me-
ways.
Does woad burn like wood?
Aye.
So there's no way to get her back in her body?
As you said before, meat creatures, are they not? A body is just a shell of meat. Your body is not made of flesh. Why are you worried about her having a body made of flesh?
It's a fair point.
Sparks. I'm like literally I'm trying to think about this, and sparks are flying out of the hole in my head.
Yes?
I have a question. These wood tree people, are they allowed to ever leave? Do they have
Free will?
how much free will do they have?
Once they have completed their woad path, they are free to continue for eternity. They will last until the end of time.
It's a long time.
But
So we should take her heart out of the tree and put it back in her body.
Nay, she has chosen this path, and you have taken an oath to abide by the old ways.
Should have read the terms of service.
this is why.
Please, join us in meditation as we channel our essence and prepare the
Okay.
gift for the Great Spirit Tree.
Guys, let's meditate real quick. Everybody wanna close your eyes real quick and bow your head?
Yes.
Enjoy.
Let's all meditate.
Yes.
Feels an awful lot like a nap.
So, it doesn't seem like you're going to be able to get the heart out of the tree. Like there's hundreds of druids all circling, and maybe 1,000 woads all circling out further.
Not even with like mage hand.
But they're all looking at you.
Well, I told them to close their eyes. Can I like deceive them or something?
Well, there's maybe 1,000 woads, and they don't have to close their eyes. Only the druids meditate.
My voice is pretty shrill.
Yeah.
Oh jeez. We should reload the save, guys. Jeez.
Oh,
Not what I thought was gonna happen. Well, you know what? It was really nice knowing Hex. And now she's gonna live forever.
That is correct. Please join us in meditation. Add your essence to the weave that we bring to the spirit tree.
Well, thank you.
This
No,
is,
thank you.
We have maintained the spirit tree for thousands of years with the old ways.
That's
And what
nice.
does the spirit tree give you?
It sustains the forest. It sustains all living things in this forest.
We've made a terrible mistake.
But Woad, Hex, tree thing cannot be in our party anymore? That's what I'm trying to ask.
Hexwoad
Well,
will still be. Hexwoad will still know you.
If
But
I
are willing to go on adventures with us.
You would have to ask Hexwood.
burn down everything, does that include Hexwoad?
If you like burn down the Great Rowan tree in the middle,
Oh, everything.
burn down everything, that would probably definitely kill, or whatever, destroy the heart.
What if I do everything besides the tree?
I mean, there's many more of these things than you'll be able to kill.
Yeah.
Well, the heart's gone. Let's just see what she says when she's alive again.
Should we?
But if she's not herself, I
mean-
think that we're gonna have to
Wait,
make
are we
some
still out in the open?
thoughts.
Yes.
Okay.
Flinrick, if she doesn't come back in a way that we're okay with, you know what to do.
But my problem here is that we don't know what anything else of their culture really is. We might be in danger too.
Yeah, that's why we shouldn't have agreed to follow their rules. We're a bunch of idiots.
Can I use religion to like figure out what's going on, or history? Just
Sure.
Okay.
And you can consult with Thim. He's read an enormous amount of really bland books on history and the like.
I mean, my history and religion are both +6, so.
Woo. So you guys, you can sort of huddle up, and there's definitely it's been written about the creation, the Woad ritual is an ancient druidic ritual. Some of the civilized races consider it to be a dark magic, and there are many of the wild cultures that have it as a way of life. But from what you understand, it's sort of like it might be similar to the creation of a warforged or maybe a golem.
No.
It's putting the essence of one entity into another form. But everyone's sort of staring at you as you guys are huddled up.
Just me.
I already said to Flinrick what I needed to say.
So, a phalanx of woads sort of marches over to you and gestures for you to step out of the circle.
But I thought you guys weren't we free to leave? Did they say? Are we really free to leave? I'm questioning everything.
Yeah, I'm overthinking this maybe, but
Well, we didn't think enough, and this is what happened. So
yeah, that's true.
Also, we watched our friend get murdered right in front of us.
yeah, that's
so
what I'm saying. We didn't think
That
enough.
is,
and this is what happened.
you know,
So what are you gonna
not
do?
cool.
So I should burn
Well-
down everything.
So the only way that she's gonna come back is in the body of one of those things.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
I guess we gotta decide whether we want vengeance or want our friend in a construct. Which, being a construct is not so bad.
Yeah, I figured that
That speech about being a warforged would have kind of soothed the water, but construct is better than no struct. And prostruct is the best, but we don't have that option.
Let's let her awaken and let her decide. Maybe she enjoys it.
How
But if
long
she
did it take for her
doesn't,
to wake?
Flinrick, you know what to do.
I got you. I know how this game goes.
She wakes in the morrow.
Did they say that?
Yeah.
Like,
They did.
how much is she just going to be like a little tree leaf stump sap? Yeah.
There's only one way to find out.
So you guys want to go back to your lodging?
I think we ought to rest up and see what the hex tree says for herself.
If I meditate, does it help me at all? Like, can I try to meditate with them? And
So you sit down, and there's a tranquility here. You can feel there's a comforting energy from the rowan tree in front of you, but there's also a deep sadness in your heart. You were definitely not prepared to see your friend die like this. But this place is tranquil and serene, and it's peaceful and it's harmonious, but there's a bittersweet sadness there.
Can I try to go?
But you feel energy, like you feel energy crackling in the air. Like you can feel sort of magic build up.
magic.
Do you want to cast Detect Magic?
Yeah, I
It's
do.
like almost like blindingly great. The rowan tree in front of you is like blindingly magical. You can just for a moment you see essence from all of the druids. They're sitting meditating, and sort of you see kind of the magic weave is sort of spiraling out from their solar plexus out and spiraling around the spinning the tree, the rowan tree.
Is magic coming out of me?
It is.
Oh, sweet.
But yours is like a cooler color than theirs.
Obviously.
Yeah, fiery.
So we're all just standing there for like 10 minutes while she does that? He does that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless you want to go quietly meditate or sit somewhere by a stream or question your life choices.
I am not going to meditate. I am going to stand right by Hex
Okay.
for as long as I need to.
I will try to talk to one of the woven people.
One of the woad?
Yeah, I want to see how much, like, self-will, or like, how much of a person they actually are.
Okay. You find a woad on the far outskirts that seems. You look around till you find one that kind of has like a curious gleam in their eye, and you go and speak to it, and it engages you in conversation for quite some time, and it seems like it's very much a person, a sentient being, and it has an inquisitive nature. It's kind of fascinated by your goggles and some of your tools and the like, and it's intrigued. It's never spoken to a civilized hobgoblin. It's kind of interested. It's asking you the philosophies of creation and the like. But there is sort of a distance. It's almost like it's a little bit like it's talking to you from. It's observing rather than participating.
Can I try to touch it and cast Identify?
Sure.
Want to see
What do you want to glean?
Just like tap into their, what the magic of what gets it working, like how it works, or how
it happily will let you identify it. You see, it's a magical construct that is definitely tied to nature, and it's connected to this tree, this rowan.
Connected. How far can it be connected?
It says it can walk. It can walk as far as it wants, but it doesn't wish to leave. It wants to serve here and protect Holt-Circle, and protect continue the tradition of the old ways. Flinrick, do you have a question?
Okay, so if I were in any situation to return the heart, would Hex still be dead?
Hex is very dead at this point.
Okay. So, like, there's no... Okay.
Yeah, and plus there's hundreds of people around the body.
I got a lot of sleeves for tricks, so... I don't know. I was gonna do some smoke and mirror kind of thing. But if it doesn't matter...
Yeah,
Mine-
it's gonna
So-
take it would take a very powerful cleric thing to
I see.
do something at this point.
I mean, I kind of give up. I'll just wait it out and meditate with everybody else.
Can I just check religion once to see if there's anything that I know of that can disconnect or reverse this at all?
From what you've read in the text, so once the ritual is started, interrupting it could probably have very negative consequences. You could potentially reverse it once it's completed, but aborting it in the middle could be disastrous.
Okay. Friends, it's best to just see this one through. I myself will be at my lodgings, and I hold it together until I get there, and then I begin to sob at the loss of my friend, uncontrollably.
Can I speak to either, what was it, the half orc?
He's meditating in the middle of the circle. All the living druids or the non-wodes are all meditating. The wodes are still going about
yeah,
their.
once we got out them, I guess. But
Yeah. So you all sort of, in a melancholy way, go about the rest of your day, trying to find solace you can in the beauty of your surroundings. And there's delicious fruits like you've never tasted before, and there's beautiful sights and sounds and animals. There's cute little girl squirrel comes up to wort, but there's no joy in your heart right now. And the sun sets and the stars come out, and even the twinkling of the stars, as perfect as it is not. It just makes you think of Hex and how much she loved the night sky and would have loved seeing this. And then none of you can really sleep well, but you still manage to wake up refreshed enough to have still have all your hit points, all your skills. So the next morning, all the druids are still out there meditating. They've been meditating and fasting through the night. And right before the first rays of dawn, the half-orc, Master Gwillem, waves his hands in the air, and you see slowly lifting out of Hex, it looks like droplets of blood, 1,000 little droplets of blood slowly pull out of her body, and then they rain down on the roots of the tree and get soaked into the red roots of the rowan tree, and the sort of red spirals up its reddish bark, and the dark blood red color of the tree gets just a little darker, and the opening where her heart was sort of seals closed, and all of the druids then bow to the earth, and you see them starting to sort of channel their energy into the earth, and there's a sort of a gentle rumbling, and the ground by where the tree sort of starts to move, and a small shape starts to push its way up out like a sprouting, it's like watching a tree sprout right before your eyes. This little sapling sprouts and comes up, and then there's like sound, and the whole ground shakes and rumbles, and everything gets thrown aside everywhere. Moss and roots and dirt, dryads get like thrown back, and the whole ground erupts. Can you change the music, Chris? The whole ground erupts and the dryads go flying back, and this massive entity rises up. It's probably 25 feet tall. This huge humanoid that's towering 25, 30 feet tall. It's a mixture of rocks and roots and trees. It's huge, and what sort of has like a face, and in the face sort of flickers open, and two lights like fireflies. Hex, what color were your eyes?
Gray.
Gray. So two sort of gray fireflies settle in its sort of black. There's just a void where its face was, and it has two kind of like little antler horns up, and it looks around and says, "I am Hexwode, So Hex, you have the last you saw there was beautiful light and the chirping of birds and animals and the like, and peace came over you, and your eyes closed for a moment, and you wake them up now, and everything is miniature. It doesn't make sense. Like all of you see your friends, you see the world, but everything is small and beneath you, and it's kind of the color has been drained out of the world around you a little bit, except for ahead of you, you can see a beautiful glowing tendril of light along the ground that leads out straight through like the wall of the dome out to the east. And you know that you must follow this light. This light will take you to where you need to go. And you have a sacred task to follow the light. And you see your friends and they seem incredibly sad. You've never seen, like, it breaks your heart to see them, but you don't understand why they're so sad, because there's in your heart, you've never felt, it's like divine ecstasy. Seeing that light, walking, putting one hand, foot, leg, arm, I don't know what it is, this sort of, weird appendage of rock and wood onto the light, and you were completing what you were born back in your human self to do. Like this is your divine mission, is you must follow this line and bring this energy to the spirit tree. What do you want to do?
Oh, I go right for that light. I don't waste any time.
All right, so this massive entity starts just, and druids are sort of scattering. They're staring slack-jawed. They can't believe what they're seeing. Every other woad in the place is about 5 to 6 feet tall, and this is just like this monstrosity like no one has ever seen. And it just sort of starts lumbering forward. And surprisingly, it doesn't really destroy much of the nature around it. And as it approaches the huge wall of thorns, the thorns part and just pull back, and the whole dome just parts, and she marches through it. And the rest of the druids sort of gather themselves, and they go back to the tree, and sort of gaping, they can't believe what they see, and they start going back to try and meditate and channeling their essence into the tree. What do you guys want to do?
Follow the hex thing! Follow the hex thing!
Yeah, like as soon as she starts walking away, I'm gonna try to jump on her back.
All right, you can. There's
So
tons.
I can run up her and ask her some questions.
There's tons of places to like hold and whatever. You can easily get your way up there. It's like climbing a moving mountain. The rest of you guys, do you want to walk, run?
I want to run after her.
I'm running as fast as I can.
All right, so you're sort of hassling, and they're moving at a pretty good clip. Like it's definitely kind of just marching on. It's got huge steps. So Thim, you're kind of able to keep up, and so Chug, you managed to get up towards the head where Hex is. What do you want to do? You want to talk to Hexwood?
I'm gonna ask Hex questions about like, are you okay? Like, can you be human again? You still want to hang out with us?
So
Stuff like that.
Hex, you feel like the idea of hanging out is, you don't understand it's frivolous. Your divine mission is really all that matters. But you still care for your friends, and perhaps once this divine mission is done, you feel like a weight will be lifted from you, and perhaps you would enjoy the occasional hang.
I just say need to get towards the light and keep on chugging with Chug.
All right, so the rest of you guys are following along?
Yeah, I probably can't keep up, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I can.
So the more you walk on the light, the more the colors of nature are starting to return as you look around, Hex. And sort of each stride you take, you get a little more of life. You can start to smell things a little bit. and your sounds. You realize your hearing is much better than it ever was as a tiefling. You're able to start hearing like the heartbeats on squirrels. You can hear the heartbeat on wort, as it were. And sort of the more you walk, the more you're sort of overcome by the beauty of nature, and you realize this is all part of your divine mission, is to maintain and protect all of this. Like, you are nature. This is your way. So you guys march through the day. She just like ceaselessly just march, and you just walking, and she sort of doesn't really want to talk or much. She's just sort of marveling at the world. It's kind of like a newborn. It's like you were going from newborn to 10 years old all in the course of like a couple of hours. Like, you're just sort of taking everything, and everything you see is new and exciting and marvelous. And the more you walk, the more you're enraptured by nature. And the faster you want to pick up the pace and get closer, you can start to feel the tug of your destination. And you continue to march, and as you're going, the animals are stopping to sort of watch, and some of them are following along for a while. A little fox sort of hops along for a while and skitters off, and hawks come, and one perches on there for a moment and flies off. And the animals don't seem afraid of Hex Woad. And then, did we just? The interface just reset. Weird. And then as you march, the day gets longer and longer, and just before dawn, Hexwoad starts to pick up the pace, and get ready for. All right. Ahead of you, there's sort of a beacon of beautiful, sort of purplish light on the horizon, kind of rising up from the horizon, a beautiful shaft of purple light. And Hexwoad is really, if you're you guys walking like Thim, you're having a hard time keeping up with your little dwarf legs. Same Flinrick. And
Getting tired.
just as the sun is beginning to set ahead of you, you come out of a clearing come out of the woods into a clearing that looks a little something like this video that you're not going to be able to see. So it's a pretty sizable, maybe 120-foot clearing. There's a big rise, and on top of it, there's the remnants of what used to be a tree that had to be 20 feet around. It's now, all that's left is sort of the hollow core of it, but light is streaming out of the hollow core. A gentle mist flows across the ground. There's beautiful rocks and trees and the like all around. And as Hex gets closer, the light gets brighter, and you're inexorably drawn forward. So it looks a little something like this. Oh, and as she walked, motes of energy started to swirl around Hexwoad, and they're starting to sort of glow as these energies, almost like 100 little fireflies circling around her. Just as you reach the edge of the clearing, you see a sort of a rumble on the far side of the clearing. So you guys are going to be entering over here. Far side of the clearing, there's sort of a rustling in underbrush, and pushing through the underbrush, you see some humanoid figures. There's 4 little tiny, they're very hard to see from this distance, kind of indistinct, blurry 4 little figures, and then there's a big, wide one, looks like a dwarf that's got some big greenish blue hounds on chains, and he's wearing a blood red hat, and he just cackles when he sees you. What do we have here? Oh, did you send Wood's stat sheet? Okay.
If she hasn't checked your Slack yet, it's in her messages there.
Just send it away.
Casey, check your Slack messages if you haven't yet.
Yes.
You have a new stat sheet.
Okay.
What do you guys want to do? Okay, so here's Hexwood. Saving on the.
It's on the corner.
Oh, we need the where the player is. And the other.
Take them on the other. Yes.
What would you guys like to do?
I just say to the cackling being, who goes there?
All right. So we got these four little guys, and my name's Grimly. I'm bringing you greetings from Wild Corcadia. And he unleashed. Can you turn it down just a schmickle? It's hot in there. So he yells the name of Wild Corcadia, which is them. As you know, there's a little lower still. There's an enclave of Fae that were banished from the Feywild. It's rumored from their extreme decadence and madness, and it's known as Wild Corcadia, and it's far in sort of the eastern side of Dread Hollow. What do you guys want to do?
What do you want, dude?
Careful, they're not friendly Fae.
Yeah, but what do they want?
We want
We've dealt with enough. Our friend just died.
We're here for some fresh blood, an offering of blood for the spirit tree. It is its day of gifts, and it demands your blood.
Our
All right.
blood? Like
Already got
specifically
one of our
ours?
blood.
Any
Or
blood that
yours
we
and
got,
theirs?
and all I got is yours.
Okay, I'll
Oh my
say
goodness.
blood and then cast Cloud of Daggers on him.
What's the range on Cloud of Daggers?
60 feet.
What's it?
60?
Alright, so you guys are... So 60 feet is one tile, so 30 feet is one tile, right? 6 squares and 5 squares. So 1, 2. So 60 feet is here. So they're 120, about 160 feet away from you.
Dang. Okay. Well,
So
I
they're
say
already-
wait then.
They're over yonder.
So they're really yelling then.
Yeah, he is loud and angry. And it's a beautiful, tranquil grove. There's nothing to stop his...
They're quite confident in the face of a gargantuan being.
Yeah. I'm
Well,
I'm on a mission, right? I'm gonna
Yeah.
just go up to there and pummel him.
You're gonna march towards him?
Yeah, whoever's yelling and attack literally everyone.
I cheer, yes, go, friend.
Just knocking trees out of the way. So the crazy wild-eyed dwarf with the blood-red hatch and that goes, he whistles, "Hey, Nectarius, we got ourselves some company!" And you see the trees behind him sort of sway and rumble, and the ground shakes, and a massive entity, probably just as large as Hexwood, comes lumbering out of the woods, and it's glowing with motes of energy also, and riding on its back you see a satyr armed with a bow. He goes, "Yee! Wild Arcadia, bring in the gifts.
By the gods!
I'm gonna do mage armor on myself real quick.
And then let's roll for initiative.
You couldn't see behind my beard, but my jaw dropped when that guy came out.
So, the thing is, it's a good 25, 30 feet tall. It's basically looks very much like Hexwood, but kind of crazier and dirtier. All right, so Chug, you're up on. Whew, you're on the back of Hexwood.
Yeah.
I see you caught a little fox also, Chug.
Yeah, they've been running through this forest. They're very cute.
Oh.
Got a good black one.
All right, so what do we got? Talk to me about initiative. Who's got a 20 or above? Okay, who's got 15 or above?
I got 15.
17.
Ooh. 15. Who's got 10 or above?
13.
Who's got 5 or above? Who's got what's left?
Me.
I got. Wait, what?
What do you have, Tetsumar?
Nat 1 plus 1, so 2.
Woo! And
Yeah.
Hexwood.
Oh, I guess I have a 4. Never mind.
Okay.
I rolled the dice myself, so.
All right, so there is a blur. Those 4 little sort of indistinct things go zipping forward, and you kind of can catch. Jeez, I can't even get them under this giant thing. As they start to move, you can catch sight. They look almost like they're miniature blue-skinned elves that are moving as fast as lightning, and 2 of them are running sort of in tandem. As they zip over it's almost like they're not even touching the ground. They start to split, and you see that they've got it looks like some sort of chain or something stretched between them, and they're zipping across straight towards Hexwood's legs. So they're gonna go, and they have a staggering fast movement. So that's 30. 60,
It's Mad Max Fury Forest.
90.
Mad Saps. That's
The
much.
two of them move over 100 feet without even blinking an eye. Like before you blink, and they're moving so fast it's hard to even get a bead on them. And Hexwood, what's your new armor class?
A lot.
16, I think.
Oh yeah. 16.
All right, and give me a strength check. With what do you have? 23 strength.
Yes.
Yeah.
Man. So 8. I don't
8?
like rolling my own dice.
Alright,
I roll
so-
low with the dice.
So these things go zipping around your front legs, and they spiral around your 2 front legs, and sort of hobble them together. And it looks like Tetsumar, your eyes kind of light up because there's some sort of fine enchanted. It looks like if they made a chain as thin as a rope out of some sort of magical something. It's sort of wrapped, hobbled up her legs, and they're sort of zipping around, and then you see click, and they release it. It looks like they're so fast that they zipped around her front legs and then locked it with some sort of lock, and then they. Where'd the other one go? Okay.
Oh, mama.
Thim, you're up. Oh, and the other 2 of them zipped up out of your sight. Zoop, zoop. Somewhere in this general vicinity. Thim, you are up, followed by Flinrick.
So, my web is a 20-foot cube. I want to put it at 60 feet in front of me, kind of between this gap here.
Where? Sorry, I can see over here.
Yeah, trying to stop the path of the behemoth.
20, 40, 50, 60. Yeah, you get just to the edge of here, and you can probably stretch it between. See these sort of raised areas here. There's kind of a pretty nice spot.
Perfect.
Could you grab the other one that's still in the build? All right. Would you like to make a move?
I think I will move atop the clumps in front of us here.
This one or here?
The far one, if I can make it. As far as I can make it.
There's one of the little guys that's right here.
All right, so I'll stay on the rear where you first placed me. Yeah.
Okay. Flynn, you're up, and Chug, you're on deck.
Okay, so I would like to know how far these creatures can move.
Which ones?
Walking speed. You can base it off of the new hex sheet, but I'd like to know like the big enemy, the green boy.
The green boy? You're not entirely sure. Based on Chug, it seems like under normal. Based on Hexwode, they move maybe the speed of a regular human. You know, they have huge strides, but they're not. You know, they're not as fast as little tiny guys.
Okay, so then like the little tiny guys though, they move faster.
You saw that thing cover 120 feet, like it was.
Okay.
It was just without blinking an eye. Well, you can't even tell if they're blinking an eye. They're moving so fast.
My halfling nimbleness allows me to move as fast as a creature in any space that is my size or larger. So, I would like to move as...
Wait, no, it lets you move through a space.
You can move through the space. What's the difference?
You don't get their speed.
Oh, no.
Yeah. No, it lets you pass through, like you can dive through their legs.
Dang it. Okay. So
Yeah,
I can't move that far. Could I go 30 feet and then you said like 120 feet was...
Yeah, it's just about 120 feet to the big guy.
Okay, so I'm gonna move 30 feet and then cast Firebolt from where I am after that. Just as close as I can get to him and then...
There's a bad guy right here. Just so that you know.
Okay, sorry, I can't really see the board that well.
So if you...
So like right by us. Okay.
Yeah, you be between two of them. But you can kind of weave through Hexwode's legs and hop up on this thing and then blast.
I mean, as you say it becomes so.
60. It's about another 80 something. It's almost 90 feet to the big guy.
Yeah, I guess it makes more sense to go on the little guy that's near us.
Yeah, there's one on either side of you.
Okay, I will do a ray of frost on the one that is this. I don't. Can you see my mouse?
The closer one?
Yes. No,
Okay,
the blue
the
one
farther.
over here. Yes, correct.
Alright. Blast it.
Okay.
Give me a hit roll. And it's moving
19.
so fast, your hit rolls have disadvantage.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, so. Oh, why'd you say that? 8.
Why did I say that?
Yeah, why'd you say that?
Alright. So you blast your ray of frost directly at it, and it sort of backflips over it and goes, and dodges out and definitely taunts you. It sort of freezes in the air long enough to go and then sort of zips around again.
Dang it.
Definitely, these things are on your nerves. Chug, you're up, and Hexwode, you are on deck.
Okay, so I'm gonna attack the closer one.
So you're up on Hexwode. Do you want to like do some sort of
Yeah, I'm
crazy
doing
walk?
like a death from above situation.
Oh yeah.
Um,
And you've got slow fall, so you don't even get. Whew.
right.
That was
So I rolled some dice, and I'm very confused by which ones were first and which ones are second, because
It
it
looks
just
like
totaled.
you got a 51.
Yeah, so that's a hit.
I'm
Never
pretty
mind.
sure 51.
I'm just gonna roll again because I'm
Yeah,
confused by
roll
what
two.
the dice did.
I got an 11 and a. Just let me. So you have disadvantage on your hit rolls.
Yeah, I rolled the second one. It should
So
show
you
up
got a
any
9.
second
What's the
now.
second one? What's the?
So
16?
that's still a 17.
That's a hit.
All right.
Disadvantage.
These dice. So that's an 8, and I'm gonna flurry of blows.
Okay.
So
So the first one is
She rolled a
5 plus 8 is a 13. It's a miss.
no, it's so I rolled the dice twice. There's a 5 and a 9.
Yeah. So
Yeah, so the first one's a 13. Miss.
Miss. Oh! Woo! It was a 20 and a 1, and the 1 tipped back to a 16. Woo!
Oh. Okay, good.
that's a
yeah,
hit.
so that'd be a hit.
Yep. Alright, so I'm gonna stop you there. So you go dropping down from this thing, silently from this thing. The little creature sees you coming, and it sidesteps, and it goes as you sidestep, and as it's doing that, it doesn't realize how long your pole is, and in midair you smack it, crack it in its head. It's sort of as it's reeling, you land on the ground, drop into a roll, and plunge your fist right through it and send it go sailing back in just a shower of blue flesh. You just vaporize the thing.
Whoa.
And
That
you
was
still
cool.
have I'll give you could jump if you give me a good acrobatics check, you could jump over Flynn and use your last. You've got one more attack in your flurry of blows, right?
Did I roll it though?
You
I didn't
rolled
see what I rolled.
You rolled 1 attack plus two blows. Do you get one more? Or do you have that?
Okay.
Do you or not? I don't know if you have 3 or 2 in your flurry of blows.
I have 2 flurry of blows
Okay.
and 2 regular attacks.
Oh, so you do have one more attack left.
So that was a 7 and a 16.
So it's
So
7.
yeah,
7 plus
I don't
8,
know.
15?
Is that a hit?
No.
Yeah, is that a hit? No.
Alright, so you leap over between Flinrick and the thing, branching your pole, and this one, once again, backflips over and is like, Hexwode, you are up. Your front limbs are hobbled together by this sort of magical chain.
Okay. So the big green
And
dude
Tetsumari, you're on deck.
Okay.
is how far away is the big green dude, feet wise?
30, 60, 90, plus 10 and 10. So 100 feet.
Okay. I'm gonna use my range attack on him.
Okay.
Do you mind rolling the dice?
Yeah. What's your attack bonus?
Plus 10.
Wow. Okay, so you got a 28. That's a hit. So you rip this huge boulder out of the ground and hurl it end over end, and just crack this thing square in the weird woad face. Give me some damage.
It's 4d10.
Excuse me?
Plus 6 bludgeoning damage, so.
Hey. Alright, so it's 27 points of bludgeoning damage. And the satyr on its back, as it hits, it sort of recoils back, the satyr goes, "Ah, woohoo!" He holds on and managed to hold on his perch on the back of this thing. Testamar, you're up, and then the beasts.
Okay, so apologies, I can't see the board. It doesn't show up. So right now, how far am I from the big guy? 120 feet? You said?
Yeah, you're about 120 feet. You're right by your Hexwode's back foot, and it's a long shot. But you've got a direct line.
Okay, so what I want to do is I'll run 30 feet between your legs.
Yep.
First thing I want to do is cast Enlarge on Hexed Road.
What?
We need a 50-foot elemental.
Clearly, you need a 50-foot elemental.
Yeah. So that would give advantages on a strength check and strength saving throws, and also weapons and attacks are extra 1d4.
Okay.
And then with my second attack, I want to use the
Well, you only
crossbow.
get to take one action. Casting a spell is your full action.
Okay. Oh, never mind.
Alright, so Tetsumar runs up and he pulls out his your collection of gadgets. He pulls something off his goggles.
It's this, and like
Fiddles it, hits this sort of ray, kind of goes out and it hits this electricity spirals up Hexwode, and the motes of light around it go faster, and she rises up from 25 feet up to 50 feet. And enough that the Fae on the other side, you see them kind of lean back.
Wait, do the string things break with the size chains?
Give me a strength check, Hex.
At advantage.
Woo!
Do you mind rolling the dice again?
Oh, yeah.
Sorry. It's a +6.
You got a pair of 16s. Okay, so she grows and shatters the chains binding her. And shakes the ground. Everybody's having a hard time standing up.
At the end of my turn, can I grab a piece of the chain?
Sure, for sure. And throw it in your pack. For sure. All right. So this thing goes galloping forward. And it picks up that same huge piece of boulder that you threw at it, Hex. And it hurls it back at you. All right, you're so huge now. You hold up your big stone arms and crack the boulder off of your stone forearms. And then the satyr on the back. Is it an action to cast the flame? Is it a bonus?
I can check real quick. It's either action or bonus action.
Let's say it's a bonus action. All right, so the satyr incants, and his arrow, the tip of his arrow, bursts of flame, and he fires it down at who's this? That's Chug. He's gonna fire 2 arrows at you. A 19 and an 18. What's your AC?
A 17.
Alright, so 2.
Can I deflect missiles?
Absolutely, you can. You can only do 1, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yes.
What do you need to?
I need a roll. It's reduced by 1d10 plus 8. So if it's already less than that, less than 8, then I don't need to roll it.
Well, there's fire on it.
Okay, so let me just get these dice going here.
I can do it if you want. I got them right here. Oh, you got them.
Wait. As a reaction, can I have the Steel Defender Kaboot deflect that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although it's still back here, it doesn't automatically move, right? You have to do a bonus action to get it to move.
Let's just figure out where it says this on that.
So what did you get, Nina? You got a 2 plus.
So 10.
All right. So you.
Oh, okay.
Alright, so one arrow hits you straight in the side. You see some sort of oil starts to leak out. You take 8 points of piercing damage and 4 points of fire damage. But as soon as you see that, you whirl around and you catch the second arrow as stopping the point like inches from your neck. But your fist bursts into flame because it's on fire. So you take 2 points of fire damage from that. So that's a total of 6 points of fire and 8 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
Do you get to retaliate with it, or do you have to stop the damage altogether?
Only if I can reduce the damage to 0. So no.
Well, you reduce the missile damage to 0. The flame damage. Is what got you. So yeah.
So yes.
All right.
Throwing it back.
All right. Give me a hit roll.
Was the arrow a d6?
No, it's 2d6.
Sorry with the dice. It's so slow.
No, it's a d1d8. Woo! All right, so you catch the arrow. You don't care about the flames, and it's like a javelin. You hurl it back, and it streaks this beautiful flaming arc through the sky, and catches the satyr right in the chest. And you see his chest hair sort of like bursts of flame, and he like looks down and like just stunned that you were able to not only catch his arrow but throw it right back at him. And he sort of sways in the saddle, as it were, on the shoulders of this thing. The crazy red thing. The mad dwarf dashes forward. His boots are made of like solid iron and are like shaking the ground as he runs. But there's this huge web spanning this whole area, so he's now going to try and have to climb the rocks, which is going to slow him down a bunch. But his dogs that he unleashed come forward, and they poof, blink out of existence, poof, and pop up on the other side, like crazy hunting mastiffs, giant feral blink dogs poof through the web and come barreling down towards you guys. And there's movement sort of popping up over here. 2 more of those little those blue skin guys start hurling daggers at Hexwood. Alright, Hex, you take a whole 8 points of piercing damage as these little tiny daggers like bounce off you. What's that put you at, like 492 hit points or something?
Just about, yeah. 492.
Alright. I think you might be able to survive that. So they kind of they see that their daggers are being relatively ineffectual, and they start to eye the softer targets around. Thim, what are you gonna do?
I would like to cast a Chaos Bolt and use my sorcery points to twin this bolt at these 2 blink dogs.
Alright. Give me a hit roll.
Oh dear. 10 and a 15.
Alright, the 15's a hit. Let's get some double 8s going. Oh, what is it? Wild magic.
Oh dear, not the 20s.
Wild magic table. It's a player's handbook, which is on my bookshelf, or you got one. Alright,
So let's see. I'm gonna, I think, pick acid.
All right,
from my d8s.
So 5. So you blast out this. Okay, 5 point. You hit the thing for your bolt. Sort of skitters across. One of them, the blink dog sort of phases out right before it hits it, but the other one, it catches it square and ignites. And there's a sort of a ripple. You feel the weave of magic around you. Kind of shakes and shimmers, and you hear the whispers coming back in your ears, and you see Thim's eyes kind of like roll back and just go all black. There's nothing. All the white is gone in his eyes, and you got a 28. You feel Thim. You feel energy pulsing from the spirit tree. You feel the sort of the magic is like sort of hitting your body, and the sounds of the whispers is like a cacophony in your head. And all right, so you all right, so 2 things happen. So you guys see Thim poofs out of existence, and there's this sort of like shadows, 1,000 like writhing shadows where he was. And you can reappear anywhere you want within 60 feet of Thim.
Ooh. I think I'm going to
So it's about like
move
this.
to that. Yeah, move to the top of that central highest clump in front of me.
Here?
So let's
Or this
see. I
central
can't
one.
get to the second tier.
You get here.
Yeah, right about there.
Okay, and you feel the magic is coursing through you, straight through you from the spirit tree. All of your spells that have a casting time of 1 action now have a casting time of bonus action instead. And you see this sort of, and the whispers have sort of gone, and you find yourself there, sort of feeling bloodthirsty for the blood of this massive 25-foot apex primordial that's barreling down towards you. Flinrick, you're
Am
up.
I woed?
And then Chug.
I would like to cast Cloud of Daggers on the person that I'm currently tangoing with.
Okay.
Okay. I don't have enough attack die for casting it, so I'll try the d20.
It's disadvantage if it's an attack roll. Is it an
Okay.
attack roll, or does it make or does he make a save?
Spell.
What?
It's a spell.
No, I mean, is it an attack roll, or does he make a save? Is it in an area?
Oh,
And Chug, you're on deck.
it is an attack roll.
Okay, so it's at
So it's
disadvantage.
disadvantage.
So roll a 10 on 6.
Okay. The other one is.
So
Is it? It's still loading for me.
It's at 11. So
Okay.
what's your attack bonus? 10 plus what gives you a...
Attack bonus is. Sorry, I don't use D&D Beyond.
It's probably a 6.
Maybe. Oh yeah. It's 6.
Yeah.
Correct. Good job. Testing you. Great job.
Passed it! Alright, so 16, that's a hit. Give me some damage.
Okay. And it is 44, so. This is the one that I didn't have dice for.
Wow, that was a crazy swing. Alright.
And I can't see them, so you'll have to let me know how I do.
Alright, so the, 100 daggers streak out all around Chug's between you and this thing. They streak all around Chug. A delicate dance around Chug. Chug, you can't help but to marvel at the flow of these daggers whirling around you like you're a rock in a stream. It touches you. And they blast, and the thing can't see them coming because Chug is in the way. And so out swarming around her like bees, all these daggers converge on this thing, and he goes, ah! And over the side, just impales him from all sides, and he drops to the ground. Dead. Chug, you are up, and Hexwode, you are next.
So whoever's closest to me, I can't quite tell at this point.
This is Flynn. Oh, this guy's dead. This guy's dead. There's a
Whichever not dead guy is
there's
closest
a
to
pair
me.
of blink dogs right here bearing down on you.
Okay, so the first attack is a 23.
That's a hit.
These are all with disadvantage still, right?
No, that was just on the little quicklings.
Okay, well it was a hit either way.
It seems like all of those. Are you doing your flurry of blows again?
Yeah. So everything
was
hit?
all high teens. Like, yeah. Hit. 4 hits. You want to split them between the two?
Well I'll try to kill one entirely.
Oh, one was a
but...
nat 20.
Oh really?
Woo! I think you could.
Yeah, no problem.
One of those was a nat 20?
Yeah. A 20 and a 15 and an 18 and a 17.
So what did the dice? Was it a 37?
That was the two.
Was it total?
No, that was the 2 20s. So it was 13.
Okay.
It's 48.
Oh, 13
13.
plus 20. That's gonna be 33. And then
That's one attack. That was your crit
no, I'm doing the total.
of all 4.
Yeah. So
All right.
with
So
the crit, I guess it's which one was the crit? Which one am I doubling?
I don't know. So but it's gonna be enough. So here's what you do. So using your pole, you leap forward between the dogs and just sort of bounce off the skull from one to the other. Bap, 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 bap. You crack the leading legs of both of them as they sort of drop to the ground. You then crack on top of their skulls.
Don't listen, Momo.
Rainbow back and
Don't
forth.
listen.
And both the dogs lie motionless. In a blur. They're both slain. Hexwode, you were next.
All right.
Tetsamar, you were after.
I am no longer bound, correct?
No, and you were 50 feet tall. You were like, I don't have a way to approximate this. Like, I don't have a miniature big enough.
Sorry?
Yeah.
Elevation blocks.
Yeah, we need like a stack of elevation blocks. You were like outrageously large.
Great. I am going to go over and do some rock'em sock'em robots with the other green dude. And assuming, since I'm so big, do I do extra damage now?
Yes.
Yeah, 1d4 extra.
Okay,
Nah,
great.
it's gotta be more than that because she's so big on big.
Okay.
She's like, yeah.
Okay.
This is a special case. This is like, you gotta make a 25-foot tall elemental. This is like.
Great.
Alright,
So
what's your movement? Is 20?
Movement. Yes, 20 feet.
So if you dash, you could get up on top of this thing right behind Thim.
Okay. Okay, then from there, I'll do my ranged attack again.
Or so you can do a range attack from here. You move and then range.
Yes.
All right. Give me a. You want me to roll your?
Yes, please.
Woo! Nat 20.
Yay!
That purple dice. Great. All right. So what is it? Is 4d10?
Yes. Now,
or just raw.
whatever you want to add for being 50 feet tall.
Oh right. Toby, roll me a d20 for bonus.
Oh, wow. 9.
Ooh. It's shaking the earth! So you rip this thing up and hurl it in for 42 points of bludgeoning damage. right to the base of this thing. You're cracking up. There's like it looks like the sort of the head area was made of granite. There's like this huge crack, fissure forms, and like chunks of granite are falling off its face. And the satyr goes as it recoils, and he goes tumbling down and falls in a heap at the feet of this thing, hitting the ground with a bone-shattering impact. Oof! As he fell 25 feet. So as you give a sort of primal roar as you hurl a 1-ton chunk of earth at this thing, there's an even a quiet but more powerful roar kind of overwhelms all of you. You hear, Halt! And everybody give me a wisdom save DC 15. If you have an advantage against being charmed, or you can use it here. Chug made it. Alright, so anybody that got under a 15, you're going to be charmed by this entity that appears. Everybody else is just sort of taken in by its enchanting beauty. So there's
I'm
gonna choose to succeed on that.
Okay.
So.
Oh yeah, you have legendary resistance.
Yes.
So out of the spirit tree, this sort of serene figure rises up, and she speaks with a quiet voice. It sounds like a mixture of bird song and regular common speech, but it's loud enough to sort of fill this whole grove. And she said, "How dare you defile my sacred grove with blood on this day of gifts? Shame on you. You have deviated from your task." And indeed, Hexwoad, you have deviated off the ley line to engage with this thing, as has this other thing. What do you have to say for yourselves, defiling my grove with this violence?
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Whoopsie.
It's beautiful.
Why were you guys being so aggressive? Or would a big rock say that?
Well, this came out of the tree. She came out of the tree here. She was not part of this group that was fighting you guys.
Gotcha.
When's our friend gonna stop being half dead? Or half not live?
Your voice is little one. Approach so that I may reprimand you.
No.
This is a sacred day. Why have you defiled my grove with violence?
You killed my friend, and she seems different and fine, but a totally different kind of fine, and I don't mean to bring violence, and neither do my party members.
We didn't start this. We didn't start
Yes.
this.
Yeah, you did that. Well, you didn't maybe do that. Somebody did.
No, the guy, the satyr.
Yeah, he did it, not us.
Where are my gifts?
I walk forward.
So the satyr sort of struggles to his feet, and he says, "Ah, your gift is right here. I bring you the gifts of wild Corcadia. I, Nyctherius, have traveled all this way to bring you the gifts of nature unbridled, freedom, chaos, the power of lightning, the fire in your loins. I bring you the reckless energy of abandon and lovemaking, the purity and fury of nature. I bring you everything that wild Corcadia has to offer. That is the gift you shall take. She turns to you, Hexwode. And what do you offer?
A huge rock thing. Look at me. I'm twice the size of that guy. And I walk forward. I keep on going.
The green one also sort of turns and starts to march up the hill. She says, "Halt! I will only take one gift. Which gift should I take? What do you even represent?"
I say let her take the green guy's gift. A rock's not that special.
Oh wait,
Maybe if she takes the other one, we can get her back.
I'd give her anything in my power.
Speak, little bearded one. Come forward.
Yes, your
Yeah.
beautiful graciousness.
As soon as he starts walking forward, I'm gonna just grab his arm
Huh? What? Huh. But no, but
and I'm gonna slap him. I'm gonna slap him across the face.
what's that? Huh? Ooh, where am I? Huh?
You're still
Slap him
charmed.
again.
Stop.
I
Don't-
said
let's
no
slap him one more
violence in my grove.
This is affection.
That is not how I show affection here. Now,
Don't shame us.
what gift do you bring? What is the essence you would offer?
We offer things, but we should let the green guy go first. You don't want to be too overjoyed by ours and disappointed in his afterwards, you know?
I have but the goodness in my heart, my lady.
What are you talking about?
She's beautiful.
Slap him again.
Very
But
well.
like with a smile on my face so that she knows it's not violence.
So I shall take the gift of wild Corcadia. You wish to retract the gift of Holt-Circle?
I have to go forward with the gift unless you guys can't stop a huge rock formation from going ahead, and I have to give the gift.
Your gift is a rock?
My gift is, I guess, my entire soul and writing.
Well, you carry with you. You have the sort of the magical essence of all of the druids of Holt-Circle is sort of wrapped in your being. You're glowing with its light. As we
Okay.
remember the old ways that
Yes.
you are carrying.
I am giving the old ways then.
And I meditated within the old ways, my lady, for but a moment.
And what do the old ways represent?
Sacrifice above all else. Sacrifice for the greater good is what I'm learning.
Can I roll history or religion and like try to remember an exact passage from a
Yes,
writing that I've read?
absolutely.
Narc.
Oh,
Oh,
it wasn't naughty for a second.
I'm just mumbling and just.
You're
stuttering.
so overcome with her beauty that you can't even, words don't even mean anything anymore. When you're raptured by this, her unearthly beauty. You slap him again.
I think what you're trying to say, can I do the same thing with history or religion or whatever it takes?
Yeah, history.
Okay.
Or you could do religion, your choice.
Either one works. I'll do history. I don't know what I rolled, but history is a +6 as is religion.
So what you believe you know, now that you're thinking about this, the you believe that there's in wild Corcadia, they have a sect of druids, and they represent the sort of unchecked, untamed nature, and the druids of Holt-Circle kind of represent uh, the natural order of nature, a sort of more regimented. They maintain the old ways, while those of Wild Corcadia maintain the wild ways. Um, so you think there's sort of a dichotomy here of these druids.
Do you know anything about like the benefits of gift giving ritual?
Well, sacrifice is definitely, sacrificing for the good of the forest is part of the old ways.
Okay.
Giving of yourself, giving to the earth, taking from the earth and giving back to the earth.
Okay. All right, Hex. If you.
You know, they're also interesting enough. This is jogging. All right, well, Tim. This is jogging your memory, as well. And it's you're realizing as she's sort of muddling about these two sects, you're remembering everything you've read about druids really is trying to maintain balance, an equal balance of everything.
Your graciousness. Take unto both gifts, and strike the balance. Both.
I hold up my hand, but I don't slap him yet.
The scales must be equal. Make it so with these two gifts.
The satyr looks at you and says, but there's only room for one gift. Why should she take two?
What do you mean there's only room for one?
Well, we want to be first.
You can go first, but we both gonna go.
It's crazy. It's unexpected. I like it. Who knows what may ensue? It's freewheeling. It's saying, traditions be damned. Wild Corcadia could get behind this. What say you, Holt-Circle? He glares up at you, Hexwood.
The balance must be continued.
This is most unusual. You would both offer me gifts. I do not know if the tree has room for two gifts. Why should we stray from tradition?
More presents.
Is there an imbalance in the forest that I should know of?
There must be some imbalance. Why else has anything like this happened before with two huge stone people being offered as gifts? That's got to be a telling sign.
Perhaps the pylons have differing energies.
Yes, the heart of the spirit tree you speak of. It has been wavering. There is something afoot. Do you know anything of that? You can tell me. I would love to hear everything you know, little dwarf.
There
Should
was...
we really be telling her? I mean, she's saying everything kind of sultry-like, and that's always suspicious.
The lady asks, who am I to deny her request?
I slap him.
Additional pylons.
What is that you say?
Nothing. Just sassing.
Perhaps.
Well, I'd say it's rather unbalanced that the hobgoblins were creating themselves unnaturally.
Would you do me a favor, Copper One? Could you slap him?
Who's asking?
The Dryad.
No. I don't take orders from you.
But you may slap me, my fair lady.
So nothing is... Well, come closer, please. Please.
No, he's not coming closer. He's staying where he is.
So nothing is amiss in the forest. All is well?
Something is definitely amiss, but we don't know what it is. And we have no information for you. And you should let us all leave.
Well, I must take the gifts. The heart of the spirit tree needs it. Against my better judgment, I feel that nature will work in mysterious ways, and if it is brought 2 gifts, and you are both willing to give your gifts, then so be it. Please, join hands and step forward, O great woads.
I take Chug's hand in mine.
Flinrick, should we do something? Because the last time we didn't do something, somebody died. And I have no idea what's going on.
I don't know what to do besides fire.
I
I have read of the ritual. It must be completed
You
if we are to
are
do anything.
sick. You are not
No,
right
but
right
I
now.
truly read it.
Listen.
I truly read it.
Little buddy. Later.
The most dangerous thing we can do is interrupt.
I take the hand
I'm
of the big
just
green guy and I go
saying-
forward.
All right, so you
Oh,
see
no, I can't stop you anyway.
Hexwoad grabs she a 50-foot tall elemental with, I don't know, it's
I
probably
can
got a
be
30
clear.
strength at this point. Grabs the and you see the motes of light. What's that, Flinrick?
Can we present a present with mage hand or like an illusion so we don't know what happens yet?
The well,
Not that big.
yeah.
Oh, Rob.
Hexwoad touches the arm of the green woad, and they're sort of the motes of energy sort of intertwined together in that same sort of helix pattern, and they both sort of step forward into the spirit tree, and you see the motes of light around them kind of drain into the tree. Where's the last switches? Or is he stealing his energy forever? Alright, so they drain their energy in there, and then this other one, the green one, sort of stands up and it kind of looks around and looks at the other Fae and kind of shrugs. And it starts sort of lumbering back into the woods. Hexwoad, you feel liberated. There is completion. You feel sort of at peace, and like at one with. And the essence, when you touched into the spirit tree, you see in sort of the heart of the tree. It looks like almost like an obelisk shape in there. It's sort of glowing and pulsing. It sounds like the description of the pylons. Tetsamar wouldn't shut up about these pylons. He was like, they were studying back in Pedicle. He kept muttering about the shape and the dimensions they were in. It's everything he was muttering about.
Do I see that, or
You what?
do I see that?
No, you guys are way down below. She can see when she sort of stares into the thing. Yeah, you would have probably just jumped into it like a volcano if you'd seen that.
Yeah.
Thing. It's probably for the best. And you felt there was a moment when you touched it. You could sort of feel the energy out. You could see the lines. This is a nexus of ley lines. It's connecting. There's multiple ley lines coming from all directions that are connecting here and all flowing into this pylon. And as you sort of poured your energy into it, you can feel the that you're just strengthening those connections. You definitely feel like you're holding this pylon for I don't know, maybe another year or more, at least. But now you feel, you don't feel exactly like old Hex, but you don't feel compelled to, you're no longer on your divine mission. You don't necessarily want to just hang out, sit around, but you there's something is lifted. The burden is lifted.
Well, I'm feeling a lot more like myself now, even though I'm, I don't know, 5 times the size and a little bit rocky.
The dryad beckons to you, says, "Please come closer. You don't seem like yourself. May I?"
I don't know.
She places her hand on your massive, like, your hand is like, I don't know, 10 feet around at this point or whatever, and she sort of, you can feel magic sort of swirl around you, and she gazes up into your sort of gray firefly eyes, and she says, "There is a sapling inside this mighty oak. It is not time. A sapling has not grown to the oak yet. I do not believe this is your path yet. You are walking towards your destiny, but this is not it. I sense there is, you're bringing serenity in your heart, but you should not be in the oak. Let me plant you anew."
Sounds good to me.
Please kneel.
I kneel. Does like the ground shake?
Oh,
when
yeah.
I-
You're a 50-foot thing trying to like gently, like, 20 tons of rock trying to like settle itself down. And she places her hand over where your heart would be, and her warm sort of glow goes around you, and you just watch. In seconds, you collapse into just a pile of sticks and rocks and fresh earth and moss and the like. And she reaches in and she pulls out, there is a small sprout spreading up that has sort of golden light swirling around it. And she holds it, she looks in her hands, and she turns to the rest of you and says, "I will cultivate this sapling until it is ready."
No.
No?
Yeah, no.
Actually, I don't know.
I sense unease.
Yeah, we want our friend back.
Come closer.
Oh no.
I step closer.
Flinrick, you need to hold him.
I'm smaller than. Okay, I'll hold him.
I step forward exactly 1 foot.
Please, closer.
A little bit closer.
I mean you no harm. You've just given the essence to the spirit tree. Why would I harm you?
Well, if you mean us no harm, please lift the charm that you have on my friend there.
Yeah, what's the secret handshake?
It is very hard to control such beauty.
Such beauty.
Quiet.
She blows a kiss to Thim, and he catches it, and you faint.
So that was supposed to make us trust you? You just knocked him out. Check his pulse, Flynn.
Yeah, he's good.
He's still alive.
He's just.
Goodness.
I don't know what just happened.
If you would care for her.
Why
I
do you
would-
keep taking
I would
our
give
Yeah,
her
friend?
no,
to
I'll care for her. I'm really good at gardening.
Very well.
It's one of my talents.
Her life is in your hands. Step forward.
I'll go get the plant.
All right. So
I'm gonna
she
let
hands
go
you
of-
this little glowing sprout. You put it in your hands. You can feel the warmth in it. It's like holding a warm kitten in your hands. You must be
Am
I
very.
gotta put this in some water, so we'll catch you later.
I'm Groot now.
Well, I thank you for these unexpected gifts on this day. And she bends down into Thim's ear and whispers something into his ear. And he wakes up.
What?
Should
What are you all looking at?
I slap him. You good?
Best I've ever been.
Really?
I've never quite felt so good.
Slap him again. Let's get out of here.
All right, so with a sad look over his shoulder, Thim shambles off. You collect. I guess you have the sapling, right? The little
Yeah.
hex sprout. All right.
Maybe Hex.
So you, it's a long march back to Holt-Circle, and although you feel elated that you completed this task, you're not sure quite what to do about your friend. You're carrying a small glowing plant. That's all that you have left of Hex. You guys want to walk through the night?
Mm-hmm.
So there's the gentle glow of this sprout kind of surrounds you. There's a great gentle golden glow that surrounds you as you walk through the forest at night, and you see sort of fireflies dart around you and the like, and you manage to make it back to Holt-Circle, following the trail. It's everywhere that Hexwoad had stepped. You've now flowers have sprouted, so you're able to follow these like flower footsteps in a direct line. It was as straight as the arrow as the crow flies back. And as you're walking, Chug, you realize that you're starting, if you look through the flowers, you're starting to be able to catch glimpses of the ley line of energy. You feel like you're becoming more attuned to these ley lines. And you can actually have fleeting glimpses of it, as if you couldn't follow the giant footsteps of flowers.
This is crazy. I knock back a whiskey. A big gulp. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a lot
Out
for
of
Chug to
feeling
handle.
out of sorts. It's a lot to process, and my processors are broken.
Everybody's sort of really burned. It's a lot of there's been a lot. It's been a lot high emotions, low emotions, and just confusing all these strange ancient entities. Don't know what to trust. You get back to Holt-Circle and you're just exhausted mentally and physically. And as you get closer, the lights of the delicate dancing lights of the city you are just in sight. You start seeing little figures moving in the woods around you, and you see that the druids are coming out of the woods and they're walking parallel to you, and each is now holding they start holding glowing fireflies, and there's sort of a procession of light sort of surrounding you and surrounding the sprout that you're bearing, and they lead their way. The light leads its way through the labyrinth of hedges into the center where the rowan tree waits, and the ancient half-orc is sitting there meditating, and he looks up with a smile in his eyes when he sees you return. Says, "You have succeeded. It is as nature intended. You have the eternal thanks of the druids of Holt-Circle. Please, join me as we pray to the rising sun."
No, I'm good. I Flinrick, I don't know. I think we should probably get out of here. This
Peace out, guys. It's been real. It's been quite the wild party.
You do not have woad.
We weren't told what to bring to the thing, so we didn't prepare with woad.
No, we have it. It's right here. Show him the
We have it.
sapling. She's right here.
She's not woad anymore, though.
I don't know.
She was not meant to be woad. It does not
You're
seem
not
it was her
be-
path.
Then why did the tree pick her?
I do not know. The Rowan does what the Rowan does. Perhaps there was a lesson for her journey, for her path. She has to complete her own circle.
Yeah, maybe you guys should take that to heart too, though. If this lady can be a woad, like, what does it mean to be a woad? Also, it's not very nice that it's irreversible until you have to fight a big, ugly green dude. Like, you should really think about, like, warning people about what woad is.
Yes, also, just wondering, who was the fair dryad maiden we saw outside the spirit tree?
Ah. Selawil. She is
Selawil.
enchanting indeed. Well, we have never had outsiders here. It is our ways are not your ways. They are the old ways. But the tree whispered to me, and we have preserved your friend. And you look over, and Hex's body is still lying there, surrounded in flower petals. And it seems completely untouched. It's like magics have kept it alive.
What if we
Or
put the
not-
sapling in the body?
Not decomposing.
Maybe that would do something if we put the sapling on or in the body.
Yeah, where the heart was.
Bury that in there.
Makes sense.
If there's an opening, we shouldn't just create a hole in our friend.
No additional holes.
Well,
We'll use the
there's
one
still a
that we already
gaping hole
made.
where her heart used to be.
All right, heart.
Put the sapling in there.
All right, so
Yeah.
you place the glowing sprout in there, and nothing happens. And Gwilym turns to you and he says, "You must make your promises to her. You must tell her why she needs to return. Each of you must tell her a reason, a personal reason to you why she should return."
All right, who wants to go first?
I kneel down and I say, well, I'm not sure if you know this, but I never really had any friends before the sudden storm and the pentacle, and well, to lose even one of you, come back, and I will be by your side to the end.
So you see
All right.
a little mote of golden energy starts to sort of glow around her heart. Chug.
I step forward. I kneel down and I say, "We have not yet finished our game of dragon chess that we started before this mission. You cannot leave me hanging like this. Plus, you were going to teach me more about cooking." Back up.
The light grows a little brighter.
Okay, I'll go. I want to lean in really close so that only she could hear me if she were alive, but she's totally not going to hear this. I even push Ward away a little bit, and I do a double check over the shoulder, and I'm like, kind of pretty. And then I back away.
You see the glow starts to get brighter. Tetsumar?
I walk over and it's like, come back, I will make you artifacts and use poison. So you can use and master poison in so many ways. And
So the you see that her heart cavity closes up, and the gold light sort of envelops her, and there's nothing. And then, ever so slowly, her chest starts beating, ever so slowly, and then her eyes flutter open. You've awoken from just a delightful sleep, a rest. And you still have that moment of joy from touching the spirit tree and completing that divine quest. It's still lingering with you like a dream.
And I'm conscious now.
Yeah, and all of your friends are looking at you and they're teary-eyed and kind of standing there awkwardly, and Chug is trying to look really stoic and like they're...
Well, no, the moment that she opens her eyes, I'm gonna go and give her a hug that is probably too crushing.
Yeah, you take 1 point of bludgeoning damage from an overly aggressive Warforged hug.
I'm glad to see you all again too. I go in and hug everybody. Did I hear everything they were saying? I assume I did, right?
Yes, it's in your like a dream. And Gwilym turns to you and says, "There is a scar that you will bear forever upon your chest. That is the scar of your past. You have left it behind. You now can move forward in your life, learning from the scar of the past, but it is over. That wound will bleed no more."
I'm feeling great. And I jump and I kick my heels together.
So happy you're back.
Wait till the Pentacle hears about this.
I've never felt such emotion.
So Ramla comes forward and says, "I can take you to the circle. The Pentacle will teleport you back when you are ready." So they escort you out, and all of the druids watch you go sort of silently and in awe, and it feels like the Woads stand at attention as Hex marches past them. They sort of give her a silent salute, and all of you, they're no longer looking at you with that suspicion. You see Tetsumar, you see the one that was sort of talking to you with inquisitive eyes. This kind of gives you a farewell nod. They're sort of fascinated to see you go as you walk out through the brambles, back to the circle. You feel the summons of the Pentacle, and you return to town. And we'll pick this up in a month when the next pylon has to be saved. That is all for this evening.
Yeah.
Wow, I'm sorry we're a little late. But... So thank you guys for a wild ride there, and thank you for everybody that watched. I know this one went a little long. I tried to pack a little too much in there. So we have another episode in 2 weeks. Tyler is going to run an adventure in the same world, concurrent time. Some of these characters, some new characters, and then we'll be back in a month to take on the next pylon. And we have Wednesday night at 7 o'clock. We have On the Anvil. We'll be deconstructing these builds. We'll show you the sets and what we did and what we're trying to put together. And do we have any other news?
He'll be doing the Facebook.
Oh, we'll be